I think it's a good step. Number one, the older people grow, the more experience they have. Am I right? And the more you dwell on a particular profession, the more expertise or skillful you become. So even 65 is okay, but if we can have people of 70 years that can still be brought back into service that are active, I think is a good one. Because abroad, they employ old people that are skillful and that specialize in some field. So 65 is nice, but it could be better.
I don't see anything wrong about it because with my perception of that profession, doctor, I believe it's an experienced profession. Okay, so if I walk up to any of the hospital, could be private hospital, could be general hospital, and I felt the doctor attending to me is of age, I feel there should be an experience in him. Okay, because it's something that he has done for several years, practiced for several years. With that, I'll be able to have confidence in them. Like now, I had a fracture on my leg. So when I walk up to, when I was amending my leg, and the younger doctor were coming around, but I wasn't having the confidence. But when the surgeon came in, I saw it's an elderly. I said, oh, for such an elderly person to be in this field, he would operate my leg with, experience. And I had a very good confidence about that. So I think that is a good one.
It's a good idea because based on the unemployment I have, we have more youth that finishing their NYSC, there's no job, lack of employment, and the rest of it. If they increase the doctors, I am not going against it fully, but the thing is they need to look at the other generation that is coming. So if they increase their retirement age, what provision the government made for the upcoming doctor that is coming? So is there any job for them and all this we need to look at it.
Nice indeed. Nice. Because one of these days I saw something in YouTube. A doctor want to undergo some operation like that, and he was watching a YouTube tutorial before he undergo that kind of a thing. They are quite good for these days. But if we can use that old brain, and if they have that that old knowledge that they can treat and get it right, I think it's better. It's better like that. I like it that way. Is that me right? Yeah, it's okay. I'm in support in that. Very, very support. I have that full confidence that those old men will do better than the younger ones because they are no longer studying. How can you go on YouTube before you undergo a process like that? So I'm in support of that.
Cancer remains one of the leading causes of death worldwide, with over 18 million new cases diagnosed every year. In Nigeria alone, approximately 100,000 new cases are recorded annually. Factors such as late diagnosis and inappropriate treatment are listed as leading causes of cancer death, especially in low and middle-income countries. 38-year-old Umudolkaina, who is receiving treatment for breast cancer, shares her story. According to her, she dismissed unusual pains, opted for herbal remedies instead of seeking professional help. She now urges women, particularly those in rural communities, to prioritize their health by seeking immediate medical attention if they experience any symptoms.
I have been experiencing pain in my armpit. When I first fell ill, I was unaware of the cause of my sickness. Despite trying traditional medicine, which did not provide any relief, my aunt, who lives in town, advised me to undergo a medical checkup at FMC Renikebi to determine the source of my discomfort. Unfortunately, the diagnosis revealed that I have cancer, a disease I knew very little about. Having relied solely on traditional medicine, which proved ineffective, the medical team informed us that if we were willing, we could proceed with treatment, which involved a series of injections, followed by surgery, and then completion of the remaining injections.
Cancer treatment is quite expensive. Given the significant financial burden, health experts say government intervention to support cancer patients is critical. The Kebbi government says it is dedicated to closing the gap in healthcare within the state by improving access to essential medical services, including cancer care.
State level, Kebbi State government has established a cancer unit in the Kebbi State Teaching Hospital, Kalgo, and also it has established an indigent cancer fund. Based on the category or stage at which your cancer is, the funds is being distributed accordingly for patients for either for surgery or chemotherapy or radiotherapy. The state government is giving funds accordingly for patients to avail those services. Yes, partnership is there with drug companies like Johnson & Johnson, Roche, which Roche is into breast cancer and Johnson & Johnson into prostate cancer. So they have subsidized those drugs that are meant for prostate cancer as well as drugs for breast cancer. So there is counter funding from state government together with these NGOs to subsidize the drugs for patients.
Health experts says medical advancement and improved early detection methods have been significantly increased survival rates, offering a lifeline to those battling the disease.
There has been improvement in cancer survival rates due to simple things like prevention. Within the cancer space, there has been plenty of noise being made, early diagnosis.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Still on Signature Evening, replacing one of our pre-announced subject matter is another topic on politics as well, on politicals, where we will be replaying you an interview with Dr. Austin Okole, former National Orientation Agency State Director On the subject matter, stronger opposition, internal democracy, and Nigerian politics. Watch.
Who was claiming, he's still even saying after.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Looking like a three-edged sword, if there's anything like that. Right away, Doc, can you give us an overview of what opposition, the politics of opposition, is like in Nigeria? We have our own peculiarities, so.
Well, thank you once again for having me. I want to say that in a democracy, the ingredients, the thickener of democracy is that you must have a very strong opposition. Strong opposition makes democracy work because everybody cannot be agreeing. That is why you have the opposition members both at the parliament and in every phase in the democratic structure. The truth is that if you want to come to Nigeria, that is where we have problem. I don't know whether it is the overhang of military administration, that is over-centralization, military culture, of with the immediate effect, the military language, and the military behavior that makes Nigeria to begin to tilt towards lack of dissenting voice. If you recall, during the, I think, Fourth Republic, the Babangida era, during the long transition period, at a point, he decided to decree into existence two political parties, the SDP and NRC. And that is what suits Nigerians. If you look very clearly, you see that what would be ideal is to have the ruling party and a very strong opposition party. All these other shenanigans, people, trying to look like they are members of the political party, maybe not winning anything. Remember that so many political parties have been registered who are also waiting for largesse or who to come and who have lost primary election and wants to come and take their special purpose vehicle as a political party to contest and maybe give them some money. So, but in actual fact, particularly in a democratic environment, your question is whether what makes democracy very colorful, very useful, and very, very purposeful. So, in a particular polity where you don't have dissent, then democracy will not be able to work. Remember, it is democracy and demography. Democracy and demography, the numbers, the population, and the majority of the numbers. It must not be all. So there is room for dissent. And I think what makes the world go around in a democratic environment is that segment of those who are saying no those who are opposing. But the smothering, the quenching, the decimation of opposition by ruling party, particularly what we are having at the present, and does not promote democracy, where there be no everybody what is obtained in our National Assembly, that is both the upper and the lower chamber, the Senate and the Rep, is where you don't even hear voice of dissent. And you can see from
it's sort of one-way traffic? Yes,
they are trying to tilt towards a one-party state, and that breeds a dictatorship. Because when there's nobody who is saying no, and remember, in the democratic environment, in the system, you have the executive, you have the legislature, then you have the judiciary. Now, it is supposed to be that members of the parliament, that is the potpourri, that is the area where politics is played, where negotiations, persuasions, arguments, stronger opposition are canvassed. And that is why in the sitting arrangements, it is provided even at the chambers. This is where the ruling party members stay. That is those who are in the majority. Then the minority or the opposition will also be sitting at the other area. The truth is that in Nigeria here, they don't seem to be tolerating opposition. So they do all things under the sun to try to smother, to either lobby or vanquish the opposition. And that does not promote.
We'll get to the point where we'll talk about some of the bottlenecks. But at this point, there's something I'd like us to establish. PDP is the major opposition party in numbers, given the number of states that the party controls,
a number of members of the parliament
in the National Assembly. I need to describe the kind of opposition they are giving to Nigeria's democracy.
Well, like I said, poverty is weaponized in Nigeria. That is a very huge fact. They use poverty, and some of them are also greedy. So greed.
Doc, I need you to be clear about something. The vocal opposition party members, I don't know, are they the people you are referring to as being, as facing the challenges of...
If you allow me, I will establish, it will be very clear, like crystals,
all right,
that in the National Assembly, talking about the 8th Senate and Rep, the 9th, this is the 10th. Somebody asked me somewhere in another media whether democracy is declining. I said yes, without even mentioning words. Because those things that promote democracy, those dissents, what makes democracy colorful and interesting is when you see the majority at least have a choice to make. And that is also canvassed based on ideology, so that you have a choice. If somebody is, you see what happened in Ghana a couple of years and months ago. The ruling party lost the election. There's no jumping and crossing the air, the one they call cross-carpeting. That's what is obtained here now. People cross-carpet because, one, they don't want to belong to opposition party. They do not want, they want the largesse, what is shared among the ruling party. So, and that is what is used. When I said the poverty, I don't even know whether it is actually poverty. I don't even know, prioritization of things. I don't even want to know whether it is the idea that, the tilting towards a single party state. Because you can see the 3 political parties now. I have mentioned APC. You can also mention the PDP and Labour Party. So there are some other parties that, like
for
APGA,
instance, SDP.
SDP and APGA.
Okay.
So we want to talk about political that have won something, either have a state or have members of the National Assembly.
How about the Kwankwaso Party, NNPP?
So these are all parties, but you can see that they are just hanging on a cliff. And I want to say that our system particularly the presidential system, because you can say from where we are copying the United States, it is basically two political parties. So that you either belong to the right or belong to the left. Have the conservatives, have the, the other Democrats. So, but here, there is no clear-cut party ideology. APC and PDP are almost the same thing. So when you cross from your parlor into the room and back, nothing changes. So, but the APC is claiming to be progressives. Progressives are those who deal with the ideology about welfareists. That's a little bit to the left. They are leftists as welfareists, like kind of socialist party, a mixture of capitalists and socialists. But the Democrats, the conservatives, like PDP, are purely capitalists in nature in terms of their manifesto and their ideology. But that is all mouthing it. In practice, they are, heaven away from heaven. And they are not, there's no difference. So what we are saying is that it is important that they have a clear-cut difference from party A and party B. And if you have that, then you can make a choice. Like in America now, it's difficult for somebody to move from here to there because they established facts that this is what these people are known for. Like respect for rule of law. Like, you see, they are soft, vulnerable people, the women, the children, the aged.
Sorry.
The parties cater for them, they make provision for them. Their manifesto actually takes care of their needs. But here, there is no difference.
Doc, I think we'll have to observe a short break. When we return, this conversation around strong opposition, internal democracy, and Nigeria politics will continue. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Thank you. If you're just joining us, it is the first discussion point on politicals, stronger opposition, internal democracy, and Nigeria politics. The conversation is with Dr. Augustine Okoli, former Director, National Orientation Agency, ENUGU State. Doc, I know you were onto something, but your point has been made on that. Let's move on to still with the opposition parties and their various challenges and issues. It is common knowledge that there is serious factionalism within opposition parties. All the parties you mentioned, especially those ones that are viable, even if they have just one state or one National Assembly member, something would begin to brew crisis, and it festers and it gets out there, and we are aware of it, that there is serious back and forth in such parties. This factionalism within opposition parties, I don't want to preempt you, but you can give us an idea of the effect of such situation when it comes to playing the role of a viable opposition party.
Well, I think the major reason for political parties is to capture power. And
it's right. in politics is okay?
Yes, it is for power. The interest, you have personal interest, you have group interest, that is party interest, then you have the interest of the polity, the citizens and the citizenry. So it is the interest that you look out for. The issue is that the people that have come to challenge the ruling party, oppose, they form an alternative government. They have alternative views. They prepare and place themselves in a situation of if they sleep, the people will now sway and they vote in those people who have an alternative arrangement, alternative policy. But the problem we have here in Nigeria, like I said, that democracy is declining, is that the openness, the transparency, the participation, the lack of internal democracy. Because you call it squabbles or factions. It is not. There's no need to factionalize in a political party. In other climes, you don't hear about factions in a party. What is going on is that they are not transparent. Corruption also comes in. So they have a challenge of they are not open, have opaque grouping. The other time, the treasurer of Labour Party was saying that he has not seen any kobo. The person who's supposed to be the treasurer of the political party cannot account for the monies that people use to support the political party, those coming from within and those from without. And it became a huge challenge. I think they even suspended her. That is Abure, the chairman of Labour Party. Abure was also doing the job of chairman and also the accounting officer. So you can see the problem. And a lot of people contributed money. Everything revolves around money and transparency and being opaque, not being transparent, accountable to the people. So within the party, the structure, they have a structural problem of how they make policy, how they make manifesto, and how they prepare in delivering to the people. So the problem is lack of internal democracy. Sometimes even their own constitution is not obeyed. Even their own laws are not obeyed. Even their own primary election is not transparent. So talk less of the general election where they now compete with other political parties.
So how exactly has the lack of internal democracy affected the credibility and performance of political parties in Nigeria?
That is very, very huge. That is major reason that parties are faltering. Like we talk about faction. It is a situation where, because before you beat a champion, you have to knock him out. To beat a champion, that is the ruling party, becomes the champion. So other people are attempting and trying to find a way to democratically and constitutionally bring them down. But within the house, inside the house, they are not even true to their own members. Even when they conduct primaries, it is also have issues of not being properly conducted. So they select people, they anoint people. Money plays a huge role. Like they say, who pays the piper? Dictates the tune. Because the political parties have people who are funding it. But if you are transparent, every member, every active member of the political party is supposed to be a participant, a contributor, a shareholder to the political party. But when a few people sponsors the party, when initially they position themselves for government to give them, because when they started, government used to give them some stipends to help them conduct bureaucratic issues like their developmental issues. But since the government decided to deregister some of them, they went to court that they should not be deregistered, even if it is one ward, one councillor that they have. So, but there is a minimum qualification according to INEC, the agency concerned with registration and conducting of elections. So if you don't win anything, they can be deregistered, or you can just fizzle out and fall out. And
naturally.
Naturally. Like you now see two major political parties and half. Now, the NMPP, you see, Labour just came in 2023 election. because Nigerians were looking for what they call third force. Some people that will come and, because they have tried PDP, then, when you carry wine and water, you know which one is heavier. So they now have tried PDP, and we are complaining until they now tried APC. So when you take honey, you begin to celebrate that you have taken sugar. But when you take something that is sweeter, you now see the difference. So when they now saw APC, particularly during the past administration of Muhammadu Buhari, they didn't know when they
PDP
started missing PDP. Now, but the situation here, because of this culture of corruption, lack of transparency, lack of internal democracy, you see, if you win somebody fair and square, there will be less chances of rebellion. But when somebody sees that this person did not win, even in the primary election, because if you're a boxer, that's what they call, the exercise they call sparring, where you spar, and they will now test you before they now say go for the major, boxing, bout. So when you do primaries, internal primaries, most people, they try to select based not on quality, not on merit, not on qualification. So most people, as is when some people even begin to leave and look for vehicles that will take them there. If you see that Peter Obi, for instance, was a PDP member and was campaigning with PDP until he now saw a hijack, what is now causing problem in PDP now, that he will not even get one vote. So he now left PDP. The same thing happened to Pius Anyim. Pius Anyim did not get any vote, even from Ebonyi. The same thing happened to most of the people who tried to contest for the presidential election. I'm just giving an example of what happened in the 2023 presidential elections. So, but if there is, fair play, if there is, kind of transparency, you will try and know, because money came in, people buying delegates, people buying even members of the National Working Committee, because those are people who send delegates and panels for screening. And the delegates, remember something happened in that particular 1993 election where it was only 3-man delegates that conducted the elections for primaries, particularly in PDP. So majority of people knew that they will not even come to the party because they will lose without contesting. So that is why most of them left the political party. And that is why some of them are causing rebellion and major problem. I don't want to use Nyesom Wike as an example because
he's still a PDP.
Because it has become notorious. It's not a case of being your body being in PDP and your soul being in another party. So we know that where your treasure is, that's where your heart. So he's working with APC and even saying that this Oga Kota they has now discovered now will continue in office. So how can you say you're in PDP and you'll be working and swearing and vouching for the other political party to win your party? It is anti-party, actually. So, but there's a lot of a mix-up. The funding of the PDP, so many people, other governors, abandoned their duty of funding because it was governors that used to, likes of Chimaroke Namani, likes of Peter Odili, and so on. Before we came, people were holding forth for the party, and nobody even heard them. But there are some issues, there are some concessions they make for them during appointments. They now give them concessions, so they know. They call it a family affair. But until Wike, the vociferous Wike came to the party, he wanted to hijack
and change the narrative.
So the problem they had was zoning. The Article 3C of their constitution is that at least North and South, even though they have 6 geopolitical zones where they can zone. So, and the person who left was from the North, Muhammadu Buhari. So the sentiments and the emotions was that they not have taken 8 years, that it should come to the South. Now, whichever party, like it happened in 1999. In 1999, what they did was that they have 3 major political parties then. They have APP, they have AD, and they have PDP. So all the political parties now zoned it to the South. Remember, all the military people came from the North. And the Southerner won election, that is MKO, and it was denied him. So they wanted to pay for that. But those things, most of them are not mentioned, but the body language. So that was why APP and AD, coalesced. They came to a coalition and have a common candidate. They just let Oboneono won the ticket for president in APP. So they now have to come and they give the AD the ticket. So it was PDP and APC. Both of them came from the south, from southwest. So it was like an arrangement that let us now show this segment, these people from southwest, that Nigerians are not against them. Just like Igbos are crying now that they have never, handled a democratically elected president since inception. Forget about Nnamdi Azikiwe and the ceremonial presidency. So the Southwest, in order to calm nerves, in order to bring about reconciliation, the two political parties are zoned. So they felt that this time around, it has gone round. The North has taken. South-South, through Billy Jonathan, have taken. Southwest, they have taken.
Even when it's
so it was, yes.
For South-South, though.
So it was expected that they would zone it to South and Southeast. Now, Nyesom Wike was interested in the party. Atiku Abubakar was interested in the party, but he made a promise. There was a caveat. He's from East.
Northeast.
He's from Northeast, from Adamawa. Yeah, so the caveat, according to his campaign during the consultation, was that if it is zoned to South and Southeast, that he will not contest. Now, because Wike held the 4 aces, because he was sponsoring the party, he was funding the party, almost single-handedly. Now, most of the committees they form, he will now put people there. Even the National Working Committee, he was one who brought Secondus. No, he brought Secondus.
The one that was later
from South-South.
Suspended. From River State, particularly.
Yes, he not even suspended. He removed him. Initially, he put him there.
Like, is it possible that just one man can remove?
No, you see, when you pull the strings, you cannot just come and remove. But, he holds sway. Like the people that are working in the National Working Committee. Whatever he wants, those are the people who are going to set the panel. And he will, influence it. So when he removed Secondus, he now brought Dr. Iyocha Ayu when it was zoned to the north. Remember, if the parties believe that if you zone the national chairman to the north, automatically the presidential candidate will come from the south. So that is the expectation. Now, the guys in the National Working Committee that have been influenced and people he put there by Nyesom Wike. Remember, your former governor, Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi, was the chairman because of the committee to zone the party. So he zoned it to the north. And in the north, it was not central. Okay? Now, EHIU was brought to come and take over the National Party chairman. Now, it was expected that the presidential ticket will come to the south, working according to their constitution. Now, instead of saying southeast, southwest, or south-south, that the influence was to throw it open. Because naturally what was expected was that a southeast person should come. That's why so many southeastern guys showed interest, candidates. So, but instead of that, Wike now contested by himself. He now contested, so they now zoned it to the south. Then the mantra then was, must go to the south. So both APC, other parties, now zoned their own to the south because Buhari, finishing his tenure, was coming from the north. So essentially, it could have been like even a southeast APC, a southeast PDP, as they did in 1998, 1999.
For 1999
yes.
election.
So, but they didn't do it like that. So they now threw it open. So Atiku now, because it is open, now contested. And Wike felt he will win Atiku.
Are you saying that this scenario is the basis for the current
That is the foundation of the crisis they have in PDP.
Okay. Let's look at the general picture here about the internal party imbroglio. All the parties now. Persons of similar ideologies who believe in probably the same manifesto come together, or decide to join an existing political party that aligns with their own ideology. And they are moving on together up until a particular time, and they begin to fall apart to the point of creating factions or people even defecting to other parties. And so it is pertinent at this point to find out why it happens at all. Why do we have internal party crisis?
Well, like I said earlier, you see, corruption is not learnt. There is no school where they teach people how to become corrupt. Sometimes it is innate. If I go historical now, I will tell you how PDP came to be. It was Bola Ige. Bola Ige was in PDP. He left PDP to go and form AD at the inception. So he wrote the constitution of PDP. If many people recollect, he also wrote the constitution of AD. Remember, AD, the major factor in APC is AD. It is AD that become ACN, from AC to ACN. ACN is about 80% of APC. Buhari came with CPC. You understand? So their constitution were similar. The same ideology, the same principles, the same, what they want to give to Nigerians. All of them knew where the problem is. That we had infrastructure problem. We needed to, because of our diversity, the diversity of Nigerians, so they need to feed into how to paper over those cleavages that Nigerians are having, these ethnic sentiments, these religious. So their constitution, remember, your manifesto is derived from your constitution. What you want to offer are the manifesto. These are the things that you put, a document as what you want to offer when you win. Now, it arises from the constitution. So there is no doubt about why they have similar ideology, why it is difficult to separate, why it's difficult to actually decipher the difference between APC and PDP. You have to go to their genealogy, how they came about. So that's why I mentioned Bola Ige writing the constitutions of AD and PDP. They are similar if you go and look at it from inception. Now, your question is, why are they,
why does it?
One, I mentioned greed because if 3 of us are eating now, we have 3 pieces of meat in the soup. And if I'm not greedy, what I will take is 1. Then she will also take 1. Then 1 is remaining for you. But if I take 2, then we'll have problem.
You have to share 1.
Then problem will come from there. One, because of lack of equity, lack of balance, and lack of fairness. So that is what is going on. And immediately it comes in. Some people call it justice. When you remove justice, there will be no peace. You have a house, a rowdy house. But any place that there is justice, I used to say that in Nigeria, we don't have more criminals. Our criminals are not worse than other criminals. The difference is the application of the law. Our law are not severely applied. That is why they will summon somebody to come to the National Assembly for what we call congressional inquiry. Whether you are president, whether a minister, whether you're head of parastatal agency, it is their work, part of their oversight functions, is to bring you to come and interrogate you and probe and find out what is going on. Maybe someone wrote a petition or something is observed, an emotion is moved. But the problem is that some of them go to court. It happened so much during Muhammad Buhari's administration. A minister or head of agency will go to court and obtain an injunction, obtain a relief, preventing him from appearing to the Congress, to the Parliament, for what they call congressional inquiry or investigation. So these are not democratic ethos. All these things they are doing, because transparency is that you go there, they can even suspend you or recommend that the president should remove you, because that is the powers they exercise. Remember, it is at the parliament that the people are represented. The constitutional democracy is practiced at the parliament. That is where every hues, every ethnic group, everybody are presented. If you see the delineation of wards, delineation of constituencies, federal and state constituencies, delineation of senatorial districts, so that when they now come there, nobody will not be there. So it is representative control. So it is important that will give them that, qualification. Because that is where democracy is practiced. That is where the rule of law. Because if the military come now, for instance, God forbid, they take over government, they will allow the executive, they will take over the position of executive. They will allow the judiciary. But who they will sack? Legislative. That is the politics. That is the potpourri. That's where politics is done. And that is why, if you don't know what is going on there, you can come there and spend 4 years. You don't know what is going on. Now, I said that because that is how people are represented. That is why when they make a law or they amend their law, they need majority. Democracy is not that everybody will have to agree, but the majority have to agree or consent. Okay? So the issue is that, one, lack of internal democracy. Lack of internal democracy arises from, injustice, being unfair, inequitability, what is going on. So people now rebel against it. People will now even jump ship. Or people who are expecting that, look, their party may not nominate them in the next election. They want to go to a fresh ground. They have also made some names and some visibility. So they will know that if they go to another party, they might be recommended. You can see what is going on. Most of the Labour Party members of the National Assembly are jumping ship. They are decamping.
You're going to
hoping that...
How about you, sir?
What happened in my state? Let me ask you.
You're talking about where people cross carpet and give.
Of course, you see those people who, like in ENUGU State. Let me, put you right. Those people that are in Labour, we are in PDP. They are PDP members, but because of what we are saying, sometimes this lack of internal democracy, out of frustration. So it is homecoming. For instance, Chijioke Doga also participated in the gubernatorial primaries in PDP. When he lost, he went to Labour. Now he went to Labour and was, like the president used to say, Labour, you labor in vain. So he's coming back because he has now seen that he cannot contest again under Labour Party. And you can see what's going on against Labour.
Yeah, sure.
Labour had problem with their, the structure, the cohesion. They now provided reason for people to leave.
So what reforms exactly can be introduced to promote internal democracy in
well, good. That is the law. The problem, like I came here the other day, they were talking about the leadership and the followership. And where does the problem lie? I say it lies on the law. Our constitution is, hugely flawed. There are a lot of gaping holes. Our constitution needed not even to be patched, this, coat of many colors. This instrumental and continuous, they need to do a complete overhaul because that is where the problem is. They are merely treating the symptoms. The major problem is in the constitution. It is in the law. Because, for instance, how many times have they amended the electoral law? And every time after the election, they continue to blame INEC. But there are rules. You see, when they go to court, when you come to court, they will find a hole. The lawyers and the members of the judiciary will find a gaping hole to escape justice. So when you thought you won, you have a good case to present. When you come there, they will show you one or two things they didn't do in the law. So, for instance, now how can a Supreme Court give judgment and everybody becomes confused? Because judgment is to interpret the law.
And just one too many, not just one.
No, that have become a norm. It's the new normal that if any time Supreme Court, everybody will claim victory. Everybody will continue to celebrate
and give it various interpretations.
So, but we have gone to court in the first place for the interpretation of the law. What does the law say about this development? You present your case, the other person presents his case. So I think we need to do a constitutional review. A comprehensive constitutional review. If they do that, then everybody will now participate because those 1999 convocation of the Constitution, remember, it is an offshoot of the 1979 Constitution that came to become 1999. So the military, if you go to Decree 34, that Decree 34, Unification Decree, that is a decree that centralized so many things. That's why you can see Nigerians calling for federal government to come and do an election of local government. That is centralization.
Allowing the federal government
of course,
to take
in America,
over.
States conduct even the federal elections. It's not the other way around. They are autonomous and autochthonous. The states are supposed to be, having autonomy. They have their own Supreme Courts in states. They have First Law Court of Instance, High Courts. They also have Appeal Court. They have Supreme Courts, but they have federal courts. So that people are clamoring for state police. In America and in most other climes, they have federal police, they have state police, they have even municipal police. They also have university and some groups have police. So at various levels, depends on the crime. So it is the law, that law, that framework, that document, that constitution that will now frame and present a comprehensive document that American constitution, I can put it in my breast pocket. But our own, it's as simple as a breast pocket, yes. So, and they have, I think, about 16 or so secretaries. Secretaries are ministers. But here we have almost each state have a minister. And apart from those ministers, have ministers of state. So these things need to be tooled down. Now, when they say constitutional amendment and constitution, retooling, a situation where we have a minister of justice, the same minister is also the attorney general. Ditto in the state, where you have a commissioner for justice and also the attorney general. Attorney general is supposed to have a measure of independence. So attorney general is not supposed to be appointed as commissioner by the governor, because he can be the only person who can inquire even against the governor. He's the only person who can consult a panel to try anybody or to investigate anybody.
So we
got it all wrong. And if you go to Uwais panel, the Umaru Yaradua, panel, after the election, Uwais came up with how, but they never wanted to go that way. So Uwais panel reports have taken care of most of the anomalies that are going on now.
But for whatever reasons, we are yet to.
No, now that is the same reason why you should have ICPC and have EFCC. They are doing the same work and even have police. So these things are multifarious and multiplicity of, the same thing, dovetailing, overlapping, the same job. You understand? So that is where they should go and makes a lot of things more simple. And Supreme Court should not ask political parties to go and take care of. They come for you to interpret what is going on in there. They say, go and solve the problem. So they have not solved any problem. So people will claim victory. Remember the famed PDP secretaryship tussle. It has not been fully resolved. What the governors now did was to use a broom and sweep both Anyang and Udokoye to the side. And now say they want to pick the deputy secretary. Because the interpretation and CTC did not augur well with what they're expecting. Because the same parties should deal with the matter. Parties have already dealt with the matter.
And that's the same, ditto for Labour.
No, they are similar, but not totally the same thing for the Labour.
No, I mean the pronouncement of judgment.
But their CTC is different.
Okay.
And it is highly unlikely that every time the Supreme Court gives judgment, we start waiting for CTC to understand the interpretation. When they give judgment, it will be clear as day and night. That is what is expected. But that is not what is going on.
Okay.
So you need another interpreter to interpret a Supreme Court judgment, which is showing that a lot of things are still not settled.
Let's go back to the rules of opposition party. It's looking like we do not have strong opposition in Nigeria. And there must be a reason. I know you have mentioned, in fact, in detail, that internal party squabbles is one of the reasons they are not able
and
to
the funding.
unite.
And the funding.
So go ahead with the rest of the
I gave
issues.
you a couple of reasons why they have problem in political parties. Internal
internal problems now in
opposition
in providing a strong
you see
front,
if opposition
front,
is
united
not
front.
Remember I said earlier that you need to be strong enough to knock out the champion. So when you're already fighting in-house, you come out with a second-rate person who cannot knock out the champion. So you cannot be opposition where you are easily. So when they injure you, then you can easily be bought over by even the main party. They will throw carrots. They will throw money at you. They will throw appointment at you. You see what is going on? They now gave Muike appointment. That is the reason for all this problem in PDP. If, for instance, the president comes up wants to solve the problem, not being political, what he should have done, what we expect him to do is to sack Wike. And Wike will have no power again. He will not cause trouble again. But he didn't do that. Rather, he was enhancing and building up Wike's hands. So Wike have a lot of funds, removed him from TCA, gave him more funds, gave him more latitude of power. Supported, you see how he entered the triumphant entry into River State. He gave him Air Force, gave him army, gave him DSSS, gave him police.
So he is the president's beloved son in
yes,
whom he is well
the
pleased.
president is highly political. He's highly political. So all he needed is to spoil things, to become a fly in the ointment of PDP, particularly the River State. Now let me deal with the issue of the opposition. Opposition have to be strong enough. Let me just use those words. Let me not sound like the Supreme Court. Opposition have to be so strong. Yes, they have to be so strong to be able to knock out. So when you are having issues among yourself, arising from funding, arising from internal, injustice and so on, arising from corruption. Because you can see part of the problem in Labour is that they wanted to ease off Abure. Abure could not account for their election. And they don't want to discuss it in the public domain. So if Abure has had those things, those accusations, you could have just, like, Secondus left. You could have just left quietly and allowed them to be. Now that is what is going to happen now. Because P2B, the flag bearer, as the leader of the party, and the governor of Abia State, the only state they won ownership, have come together to take over the party. Like the Supreme Court said, go and deal with it internally. So what they wanted to do now is to appoint a caretaker. The caretaker will now start from the beginning. The Congress is World Congress, State Congress, Zonal Congress, then National Convention and National Congress.
Will they be able to pull through with all of this?
Of course, and there is time now to organize a World Congress.
But that's not the polls of most politicians. Some feel that there is no more time. We just have 26.
No, they have 2 years. You see, these things can happen within 1 month. Oh, okay. So if they do that, they will now put the structure and the organs in place. Then they will now function. Otherwise, there is no labor. Because as far as they are concerned, the tenure of those who work with Abure has expired. And that is very, very clearly defined. So, but Abure is trying to cling to one thing or the other. You understand? So if he loves the party, but nobody, you see, there was another man called Apapa. Apapa, who was claiming, he's still even saying after the Supreme Court that he's now the person since they have removed Abure. But that is not the case. The case is that they don't have a structure on ground. You understand? So if you love that party, what you do is to go and build again from ward structure, local government structure, state structure, zonal structure, and the national structure. So that is the National Working Committee. So the party will stay strong. Now, you see, they tried to do coalition. The other day we discussed the issue of coalition.
I was going
now, the coalition, because it is because of the weakness, inherent weakness, that's why they feel they cannot do it alone unless they come together. So, but PDP governors are now saying, if we use the energy and resources with which to build coalition, let us use it to build back the PDP. But let me tell you the implication of that. The implication of that is that there will not be an opposition to the president. So some of the governors are already cooperating so that if right hand watch left hand, left hand will watch right hand. So what they are trying to do, that's my reading, I may be wrong, is that they want to help the president to go back.
So that they
too will be helped to return. And they want the president to start at the north, at the south. Because what is going on, you see the person who is the champion of coalition is the northern candidate. And that same Atiku, they gave him ticket in 2019. He did not win. They also gave him another ticket in 2023. He did not, and he still wants to take the 2027. So that is why most of them we knew that there is no way they will give you the third chance. And if they leave it because of the population and the way and pattern and culture of the northern way of voting, Atiku might still emerge again because 19 states versus 17 south. So all they needed to do now is to pull the rug off Atiku. And Atiku, but if Atiku, like the current president, they say that being president is part of their life ambition, even if it is one day, just like our Awolowo. So, but the party have to be more responsible to find a way but the reading is that the governors are also on their selfish roller coaster. For them to now go back.
If peradventure the coalition pans out, do you think it will, you know, bring about the same result as the coalition that happened in 2013?
That's a very, very good, interesting question. There must be coalition, but it is the gravity and the latitude of the coalition that we are going to watch out for. One, there's no doubt they have SDP. There's no doubt that Atiku is going to join them. Because Atiku have read now that the governors who will bring the delegates don't want him. So certainly he will leave PDP. He will leave PDP. Then there are some other people who now are in APC, who will now leave
who are
APC.
Disgruntled
yes,
already.
they will go to SDP. There are some PDP people who either they have lost or they are no longer having confidence in PDP. They will go for, so they will have splinters. It will affect APC as much as it will affect PDP. But the difference is that they have a cutting edge. I've said that before. The presidency is like a headmaster. Because they have the presidency who have the wherewithal. He can whip some people into line. He can do one or two things and keep some people. He can give people appointment at the later hour. He can give people some contracts. He can promise people something. So that is why they are not rebelling in APC. But their matter is even worse. Because remember when El-Rufai complained earlier, much earlier in the year, that the party for 2 years have never met at any level. And it is an ominous sign that the party is not doing well. It is through meetings and conferences and all this that you now build party. So it became like a one-man show. The president became everything. You can see what happened in Lagos. The House of Assembly came together, impeached Obasa, the speaker. The president ordered them to return Obasa against all democratic principles. And they were crying while they were returning Obasa. They now returned Obasa by force and refused to sit with Obasa. Then the party, the House of Assembly of Lagos, have adjourned sine die, thy kingdom come. We don't know, because there are two things there. The implication is that if they reconvene now, either they impeach Obasa again, or because they know that they have rebelled, so their tickets are no longer guaranteed. So they know that, just like a prodigal son, no matter how he pretends, he cannot be measured alongside other children. So most of them, we know that it is better to fight and die.
Now let's look at some criticism, almost always coming from the opposition camp. We have had the current president as a member of the opposition party in the past championing anti-government policies campaign. We saw it happen. We always have the feeling that whoever is talking at the time should have the capability to perform when the table turns around. But each time that happens, we find out that talk is actually cheap. Recently, we've had the former PDP flag bearer and the former Labour Party flag bearer criticized the president's foreign trips. They were like, your house is on fire while you are abroad, gallivanting. Well, that's my word. He should return and handle the insecurity crisis in the North Central. I think they should do more, don't you think so? The opposition.
Well, the opposition is weak. The opposition as currently constituted is weak. That's why they are calling for coalition. Because if the opposition is strong, you can do it alone. Remember, if I'm fighting with you, if you want to go and invite a friend to come and fight me, it means that you already admitted weakness.
No, you're weak.
So coalition is admission of lack of strength.
And so you have established.
So you have already shown that you cannot win unless you bring the third party. So it's an admission of weakness. And already 2 years is far gone and you are still squabbling. And I'll give it to you now. If by the end of this year, PDP, for instance, have not put their house in order, it is automatic ticket to the incumbent president.
Now
because it will be too late by next year.
That's why we're ending this conversation. Dr. Augustine Okoli, I know if we let you on, you'll be on and on. And
well, we say what we know.
All right, Dr. Augustine Okoli is former director, National Orientation Agency.
State director.
Okay, state
There's a difference between a
director.
state director and the director in National Education
Okay,
Agency. Just
state
like the
director.
state commissioner of police is different from a commissioner of police. You have so many commissioners of police,
Who are not
and then,
attached to
but they
any
are not
state.
state commissioners.
All right, thank you for that clarity. We appreciate your contribution. Very robust and resourceful contribution on our program this evening. We'll observe a short break. When we return, we will be having a second conversation on another national topic.
Technology is being increasingly used to transform governance and improve the lives of citizens. This is done through the use of digital tools, platforms, and data to enhance efficiency, transparency, and accountability in government operations and services. Apart from enhancing the tracking and monitoring of government activities, it offers citizens more opportunities to participate in governance. Speaking at the launch of the Solution Lens, the Anambra State Commissioner for Budget and Economic Planning, Chiamaka Nnake, described the platform as one of the most significant governance innovations in the history of the state. She said the platform offers people of the state an opportunity to hold the government accountable.
So we think that beyond, because that's the only way we can reach, we can actually get those everything. Yes, I know that in your community at least, even if you don't get to see at least someone in the community can be the spokesperson from the community and we can hear their voice. So we want someone in ENUGU to be able to tell us on a daily basis what is happening over there. How can some governments actually get involved in their daily living in ENUGU? So this is not just trying to get governance made easy, getting the citizens and government on the same table. In fact, the platform is a table where everybody gets to decide, okay, this is what is happening in this community. This is how we feel that this can benefit us.
Commissioner for Information Dr. Lomefo noted that the initiative is in line with the mantra of the state government, which is everything technology, technology everywhere. He, however, said the platform can only be effective and successful with effective engagement of the citizenry. The co-chair of the Open Government Partnership in Anambra State, Chris Azo, said Solution Lens aligns with the principles of open governance, especially in giving citizens active voice in democratic governance. He commended the state government for adopting global standards in transparency and citizen participation.
Citizen engagement, okay? So take up this challenge. And the other thing I want to say is that we have civil society, but we again have community-based organizations. And most of these things are local. These projects, you go all over the place. This administration, I'm not saying it because we are partnering with this administration, but this is the administration I've seen that in every nook and cranny of our society, you see government projects.
Other civil society organizations and community development groups who witnessed the official launch expressed delight at the turn-off events, but however voiced some concerns.
This is a development and dreams comes true. They've been clamoring that solution is here, solution is here, solution is here. But what we've just done today is to prove to a point that actually solution is here, because the citizens that we represent, coming from CSO angle, the citizens will be happy because we don't really need to spend so much now traveling from one place to the other, doing budgets, pullouts, tracking budget and public projects. Right now, when you use solution link and hashtag, when you go through the link, you can also engage a ministry that you want to visit what they've done. When you do that, you go back to the field now to verify, to say that, to ascertain what is also already in the public domain using government platform.
It is one of the hallmarks of democracy and good governance. It's giving the people, the citizens, globally, wherever they are, the digital space to really participate in the governance processes. When they are along with the government, they give feedback and, of course, get a response from the government on issues of concern to them. So it's a welcome development.
The integration of technology in governance no doubt enhances efficiency, transparency, and accountability, and gets the citizens more involved in decision-making, with the ultimate aim of improving governance outcomes. Precious Chagora, reporting for Signature TV News.
City of Birnin-Kebbi has been grappling with an inconsistent power supply for quite some time now. The erratic electricity has become a norm, with power outage occurring on hourly basis, sometimes lasting for several hours. This has severely affected business owners in the city who are struggling to cope with the situation. Suraj Danjuma, a Kebbi State resident, emphasized on how the low voltage poses a significant risk to the safety of people as it can lead to electrical hazards, appliance damage, and even accidents.
It's trying to affect some of our electronics by tripping up and tripping down. Sometimes you see the light given to us, if it's so bright, at the end of the day again it's low, which is affecting some of our electronics, especially for those that are using freezer nowadays. We cannot be able to leave our freezer on because of the light issue, because the light is not stable as usual used to be before. But when we try to discover that the NEPA has issues.
Usman Muhammad, a welder, speaks on how he spends money on fuel due to the inconsistent power supply, which has affected his work and has caused great financial loss. Umar Abubakar Dina, Regional Technical Manager, Kaduna Electric Distribution Company, Kebbi State, sympathized with Kebbi State residents for the power outage as they are working tirelessly with the government to address the situation at hand.
We want to use this medium to register our sympathy to the Kebbi State citizens. Actually, the cause of this outage in Kebbi State, it happens as a result of a windstorm damage which resulted the breakdown of 3 number towers that emanate from Kaenji down to Kebbi State. Present affects not only Kebbi State, but also Sokoto State, and then Niger also is affected. And then state and federal government, the TCN, Transmission Company of Nigeria, has mobilized the contractors. They are currently now on site, ensuring to restore normal supply to Kebbi State. And then from our own site, Kaduna Electric preferred a temporary solution by rationing the supply from Kaduna down to Zamfara, moving to Sokoto, and then finally to Kebbi. That is what we are receiving now. The supply we are receiving now is not enough, we know, but this is a temporary solution. We want the community, the citizens, to be out to us that by the grace of God, everything possible is doing to ensure normal supply is restored.
Residents of Birnin-Kebbi are calling on the government to address the issue of inconsistent power supply, which they believe is hindering the city's economic growth and development as the temperature rises to 45 degrees Celsius. Business owners are also urging the authorities to find a lasting solution to the problem, which would enable them to operate efficiently and effectively. From Birnin-Kebbi, Excellence Benjamin reporting for Signature TV.
The PPSMB was created to address the unique challenges facing post-primary education in ENUGU State. The board, under the leadership of Father Mbodili, has set for itself the task of quality assurance, staff development, and infrastructure development. The monitoring exercise took the team, led by Father Hilary Mbodili, to some schools in Ezagu local government area where it monitored the conduct of the ongoing senior school certificate examination. The team checked for adherence to examination guidelines, cleanliness, and overall atmosphere in the examination halls. The PPSMB chairman, while addressing students at Community Secondary School and Model Secondary School in Olo, emphasized the importance of hard work and good reading habits to improve their academic performance and ensure a brighter future for themselves and their community. He also warned students against engaging in examination malpractices, which he said undermines the integrity of the education system.
I want to warn you and to advise you. Begin now to cover your syllabus, begin now to read your books. It is no longer business as usual. It's not only in Model Olo. There will be nowhere to run into. If you go to private school, we are there. If you go to mission school, that's where we are based. If you go to public school, that is also our permanent settlement. So there's nowhere to run to. The only shortest cut is to read your books, read your notes. For today, we found your students contributing to 2,000 naira in order to aid my practice. And the truth is that we cannot smile. We are changing. The supervisor is going and facing panel in this board tomorrow morning. She's facing panel. She continues as a teacher. That's good for her. The person coming to contribute. So, and this indictment, we don't pretend about it. Principals were warned to remain in the hall. Your principal was not in the hall. He's also indicted. He's also coming to the board tomorrow morning.
Father Mbodile encouraged teachers to provide necessary support and guidance to their students to enable them excel in their studies and grow into responsible citizens and leaders.
My dear teachers, for those of you who are still making effort, I want to encourage you. Be diligent, teach the students, do your best. Avoid our trouble by coming to school. We have done it for 2 years, concentrating on punishing offenders. From June 2025, we are bringing a new page, rewarding the most diligent, school after school. That's what we are concentrating on. I'm not talking about 5,000 reward or 10,000 reward. We are going to establish an elaborate reward to reward those who are very diligent, those who have never missed work a whole term. School principals will give us their names. Those who are able to cover their syllables, school principals will give us their names. Such diligent people will come to the headquarters and be rewarded zone after zone, and it's going to be handsome reward.
The exam monitoring exercise is a testimony to the commitment of the PPSMB to ensure improved standards of education in the state, as well as the integrity of the examination process. In Enugu, Ugonne Owalu, reporting for Signature TV.
The federal government has been making efforts in the recent past to grant financial autonomy to the local government administrations in the country. This prompted the move by the Attorney General of the Federation, Lateef Fagbemi, to take the issue of local government autonomy to the Supreme Court, following which the Apex Court granted the relief sought by the AGF. The latest resolution by the Senate for the inclusion of the third tier of government in meetings of the Federation Account Allocation Committee, FAC, to protect their interests is therefore in sync with the desire of the executive arm. The Senate resolved that the resolution be formally communicated to the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy for necessary action. The resolution followed a motion presented by Issa Jibrin, representing Kogi East on behalf of the Deputy Senate President, Barau Jibrin. Jibrin noted that both local government councils and area councils in the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, are constitutionally entitled to receive federal allocations directly, emphasizing that the state does not have any right to hinder the allocation process.
The Senate notes that local government councils established by Section 71 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, as a third tier of the Federation are entitled as such, and by Section 1623 CFRN 1999 to share directly in Federation account allocations as benefiting entities. Also notes that the Supreme Court has construed Section 1625 and 6 CFRN 1999 to the effect that the states are agents of the Federation to collect local government allocations from the Federation account and to pay local government councils, and did not give the states any right or interest in the said allocations to the local government councils from the Federation account. The Supreme Court went further to also state that the duty of the states is to simply convey to the local government councils their allocations from the Federation account.
Other lawmakers shared the views expressed in the notion and gave it an overwhelming support.
The foresight by bringing out this motion, may I say that Nigerians are actually waiting for these kind of motions, in the sense that it will enable those who are going to be part of the sharing formula to be at the table for them to know what exactly is being shared and what and why this is being allocated to us.
I have been at the local government council for some time. I was a former councillor and a former local government chairman. And I do know, as rightly said by most of our colleagues, is that if there is direct funding coming from the federation account to the local government, there will be a lot of developmental changes.
And I said, even from the action from radio, television, and also confirmed by the chairman Progressive Governors Forum, he said from the time of subsidy to date, the allocation to the states and local government has been 3 times the amount.
The Minister of the Economy, as the chairman of FAC, for urgent information and necessary action. Those in favor of this prayer, please say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. 6. The concurrence of the House representative on this. Those in favor, please say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it.
Over 200 residents cancelled their weekend engagements to take advantage of the public health service provided by the 400-level nursing students of the University of Nigeria ENUGU campus. It included medical checks, prescriptions, health talks, and distribution of essential items such as mosquito nets, baby pampers, and toiletries. The event, which is incorporated into the academic program and community health engagement of the Department of Nursing Sciences, drew a significant number of lecturers from the department. They shared in the joy of the students as they marked the completion of their 6 weeks public health course with the theme, Breastfeed the Child, Build a Community. Beneficiaries of the program, including elderly women and nursing mothers, expressed their joy and appreciation for the initiative, which they saw as very thoughtful and innovative. They commended the school management for bringing healthcare services to their doorstep.
Because I didn't know that people will, come and... I'm very happy. This is the first time they're doing it in this community. And as they are doing it, I'm very happy they give children something, gifts, even pampers, toilet roll soap, even this nets. It's, we don't say the time that they have given us this thing. So from this program, exclusive breastfeeding is very important. Before, we mothers, we are joking with it, but now I have learned the importance of it. One of the benefits is that it's cheap and affordable. Then it's not something that you can go outside and buy. And it is also very important. It gives we mothers time. It builds the child's immunity to fight against diseases. They are trying. It's not easy to afford this type of thing for everybody. And as you can see, everybody is here. Everybody is coming. But there are some of people that is here that doesn't have money to go to hospital. But because of this thing now, they have come here and checked themselves. You people gave them free medicine.
Wow, this event is so fantastic. In fact, I'm so impressed. I don't know that something like this is going on. The time my neighbor was telling me about it, I was somehow, I said, okay, let me try. But as I come, I was so happy. I said, thank God that I didn't miss something like this.
A team of specialists, including dentists, opticians, and medical experts, collaborated to deliver quality health care and advice to community members during the program. According to Dr. Ijoma Ilo, the organizer and Associate Dean of the Faculty of Health Sciences and Technology, said the program aims to bring health care to underserved communities.
Elaine to one in young water. But I got one no, or the organ in a young water. Come on, here where in your water, here, Maka, or Gabuna, open alcohol, or go on in room. Here, Maka, where bag it is Nanya. Came up close again when we can end young water. I got Kuzuru one, here, getting a America Maka Kumanaka. I don't to be good. When our quadrum is known. I can ask you to
Dr. Ilo acknowledged the generosity of the traditional ruler of Ibawa, Igwe Emmanuel Ugu, who has consistently supported the program since 2019. Representative of the monarch Collins Ugu expressed satisfaction with the positive impact of the program on the community, emphasizing that health is wealth and should be a priority for all.
And I want to recognize the efforts of all the lecturers who have put in their best to make sure that this thing go from one village to another. So we are so happy about that.
The lecturers and student nurses shared their thoughts on the program, highlighting its benefit to the community.
The turnout was good. It's good. And I think the organizers, they are doing well. Because we discovered that some communities from other areas that are attended, most of them don't come out. They will be thinking that they are coming to share food, you know, without taking good care of themselves. So the turnout is good. And I can see from their faces that they appreciate what is going on.
Within the space of 6 weeks, we have been able to learn more about the functions of the primary health care, the importance it has on the community generally, and also some procedures itself that is being conducted in the health centers.
The outreach featured a range of activities including drama presentations, cake cutting, model crafts, cultural dances, and many more, showcasing the students' knowledge on skills and public health services. From Ibawa Nike, Chinemeremi Kebunam reporting for Signature TV News.
Speaking at the launch held at the National Orientation Agency headquarters, the Chief Executive of Road Accidents Prevention Network, Prince Ogu, said the campaign for 2025 seeks to promote safer walking and cycling practices to reduce road accidents, enhance public health, and foster overall road safety across Nigeria. He suggested the licensing of cyclists as a means to improve training and documentation.
So we are out to push more to see that the government give audience to this campaign and ensure that the walkways are created, pedestrian ways are created for, the citizens, so that they can be more safe on the road. Licensing bicycle riders in Nigeria is very, very good because it gives them security. It gives us a good data. You have a data of those who are riding bicycles in your country. You can call them for training, you can call them for empowerment, and so many other things, including sport.
Mr. Abubakar Usman, who represented the Federal Ministry of Transportation, underscored the need for sustained dialogue on road safety and the creation of policies that improve pedestrian and cyclist access to roads. Henrietta Onyeneke, Director of Narcotics and Drug Abuse Division at the Federal Ministry of Health, spoke of the ministry's effort to align with WHO policies by formulating strategies against alcohol consumption to curb intoxicated driving. She also advocated for greater public awareness on the health benefits of walking and cycling.
We encourage walking and cycling, and in our policy making, we are equally trying to see how we make a provision for these road walkers and cyclists to have their own access roads in the nation.
The ministry is in the process of developing a national policy on alcohol based on WHO initiatives, which we call SAFER. So in that regard, we want to say that everyone is on board this development, and as much as possible in the area of access and control, that will be managed, because if we do not manage it well, we can imagine what it will expunge to in terms of mental illness or mental situations that comes with the harmful use of alcohol. Indulging in walking and cycling is a very good habit and lifestyle that everyone should be encouraged to embark upon.
Also present was DCC Choma Ekeocha, representing the FCT Sector Command of the Federal Road Safety Corps, FRS, CCCI Muta. She stressed the potential of the initiative to drastically reduce accident rates, stimulate the economy through increased bicycle sales, and call for dedicated cycling lanes. She clarified that licensing cyclists was not currently under consideration. The National Union of Road Transport Workers, represented by Rufia Moji, assured that cyclists would not face fines or ticketing, adding that their officials are well trained to support vulnerable road users.
If this cycling is included in the transport system, because children will be using bicycles to school and everybody will be walking on their own track, then it improves the economy because the seller of the bicycle will sell more. It's not a mandate now to license bicycle riders. You are free to ride your bicycle anywhere, but not on the express. Don't go to the express. You can ride your bicycle within the safe areas. Not that you take it to where it will be hit down.
So the issue of issuing a ticket or payment is related to law. We are not on that. But all our leaders are going to work on how to observe the other road users. They should be very careful and allow the other users to cross, and whatever they do, they should do it within the cycle of their training or the profession.
Authorities remain hopeful that the campaign will significantly cut down road traffic incidents involving pedestrians and cyclists, while encouraging more Nigerians to embrace walking and cycling as a safe, healthy, and eco-friendly alternative to vehicular movement. In Abuja, I am Chimize Zadima for Signature TV.
Hello, welcome once again to another episode of Chatbox on Signature TV.
The most spoken about. I'm forgetting my English or my language. Now it's just you get everything you will get. Whether you like it or yes.
Queen, please. Anyway, as you all know, I'm your lovely host, Uchenna, and
of course it's me, your baby girl, Queen.
Welcome, sir. Let me help you and introduce yourself.
So yes, in the last episode we still spoke about parenting, upbringing, advice, and
but we focus more on like career and
so right now we're talking about marriage. Very important.
And today we have another interesting guest here with us to, you know.
Very demure and gentle. But when the conversation starts, we get to know him more. So over to yourself, please introduce yourself to us.
Thank you, it's my pleasure. I am Reverend Uche Carlo.
You're welcome.
Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
The man of God in our midst.
And we are talking marriage.
Praise the Lord, somebody.
Amen.
Alright, so we had a conversation with a guest in the other episode. We spoke about career, parents, advice, parents indicting, parents imposing, you know, their whole take and
their opinions
and all.
Yeah.
So now I want to talk about marriage, because marriage is a very sensitive. Not let me sound like a counselor. Marriage is a school.
Yeah.
It's a class. Like
yes, it's a journey.
It's a journey, yes.
You know?
Yeah.
So
I want to have a conversation with you concerning it, because there's this mindset about this generation having cases of divorce.
Yes.
You know, it's as if they don't take the advice parents give them in marriages, and we don't know why. Of course,
both before they get married and when they are married and everything. So we want to like know what you think about that before we.
Thank you. Just as you rightly said, marriage is a school. Not just a school, it's just purely a learning center, and no one has ever graduated from it. And marriage, be that as it may, you cannot say exactly what the experience will result to until you get into it. And to me, marriage is more or less a spiritual thing, because you may wish well for yourself, but in the middle of it, you discover that it wasn't what you think or what you thought of that you will now see on board. And to some, it's not working out well for them. To some, it's working out well for them. So, and the Igbo adage says marriage is like a wrap. It's whatever you pick and open it that you begin to see and enjoy.
Yeah.
So that is it.
What's your own problem?
Because what you mean by it's a wrap is what I pick. So it's more like, so I don't have my mind, like, I don't know what I'm trying to mix words right now. You know, you said something about there are people that go into, you have the whole good impression of it, and
then when you go in, you see something.
You see something else. So it's more like, oh, I saw something glaring to me. It's very beautiful, and I picked it. You know, and at the end of the day, it opens.
It's giving you. You did not do your assignment well.
Yes.
You did not study well. That's why you.
Even when you study, the fact that you studied does not guarantee you successful in marriage, because issues and circumstances may come up, things may change, and whether you like it or not, economy may even come to slap
exactly,
you.
that's true.
And the destiny may not be friendly to you.
Yes.
You may have children. I have the experience of a family that had, do I call it an imbecile? And the woman had to leave the husband with that child. So there are all different kinds of experience in marriage which you never thought of its existence. And when you see, you may be thrown off balance.
So okay, no, I just wanted to bring us back to, you know, what, yes, to, now we've talked about like marriage. And no, let's leave job, please.
I think
let's just leave Gen Z.
Okay.
Kindly.
Modern marriage.
Thank you. Now, what I want, I just want to know. So, what do you think about parents? You know, kind of giving an opinion as to who their children should marry, or you know, the kind of people they want their children to be with or end up like. What's that about?
Well, I have gotten the privilege of counseling some young youths when it gets to the time of marriage. No parent will dream of the child failing in marriage. No parent. And be that as it may, every parent will always advise the child on the way to take so that that person will succeed. But you know, this love of a thing, when it gets into the brain, it can thwart the understanding of someone, and then you'll be bent down on I love her, I love her, I love him. If I don't marry him, if I don't marry her, I will die. The truth of the matter is that if you are left on your choice, you can go ahead, marry the person, and still die and be alive while you are already dead. Do you understand?
Yeah, you said marriage thing is not the bed of roses, and of course they say you should marry people you love.
When in my understanding, a bed of roses is just to tell you that nothing works until you work it out. It's not something you just come in and start enjoying. Even when you come in and start enjoying, things may change, but you still need to work it out.
First of all,
it can be worked out, like you said. You work it out.
Yes.
In it.
Yes, you have to work it out. You have to work it out. You know, the Bible told us. The Bible told us that two of them, when they came together, do you understand? They were not ashamed. They were naked, but they were not ashamed. Now, when you talk about that nakedness, it's just about exposing their weaknesses. And they were not ashamed. They covered themselves. You know, some people cannot bear the weakness of the other, and that will make them to expose themselves. But if they are able to cover their nakedness, they will not be ashamed to each other.
But the thing is that parents have, like, just like how when we talked about career, and we spoke about how parents have this idea in their head of what they think you should do and what they want you to do. And it's the same, it's very similar when it comes to marriage, because some parents in their head, they're like, maybe when they see, or maybe when you bring like maybe a potential husband, or maybe like your fiance or something.
Yeah.
They'll first of all, maybe the person, they'll first of all assess the person, and then they'll say, oh, like maybe when the person goes, I see, yeah, it's not getting, is it this person, and they'll be like, oh, maybe he doesn't suit.
Yes.
He doesn't fit their standard. He doesn't suit, and then they have somebody else.
Yes, because if there's somebody that has this standard
that ticks all the
in-laws they want.
They have, yes, exactly. Maybe they feel like they're on some kind of level, or they're on some kind of pedestal, and they're like, no, this one, no, or maybe no, he's from this place, so no, in our family we don't marry from this place. We don't,
It's taboo.
And these things are issues actually, because parents they interfere so much that it's like they want to tell you, okay, this is the person you will marry, is this one.
Their opinions are right, sir. Honestly speaking, parents are most times right. You agree with me, right?
Sometimes right. They are not always right.
Give you that impression that you can actually give it a try, and I mean, as time goes on, you come to them to solicit for.
I'm coming to that, but let's hear what he has to say.
You know, in family relationship, it's important that the gap of communication remains very close, so that the parent can be able to be on the interactive aspect of life from time to time. You don't leave your child to keep growing without you visiting his emotion, his interest, his choice, and start working on it. Not to wait till when the person brings someone to marry before you know. It's better you drop the template on the table, so that when that child is growing, he will now say, this is what my parents talked about. If you have a question on the template, you can ask your father, your mother, why do you say this kind of thing? It's a discussion. Pray before the main incident, so that it will not be that you have a negative attachment on this particular person that I brought. Before you bring that person, you must have already run with the understanding that your parent has given to you, coupled with your own choice of a person. Because whether you like it or not, it is better you stay unmarried than to stay in a crisis-filled marriage.
But see, like I always say, parents are not always right, because there have been cases where parents have their choices are even the problem. And then there are also some situations whereby some parents maybe did not like the person that their child wants to marry, and it ended up being a good marriage.
Exactly.
If you ask them, okay, what is it about this person that
it ended up being a good marriage?
Yes.
You didn't see the tomorrow in that your today, but that your parent once heard of somebody slapping the husband, or a husband slapping a wife, or using their own immediate experience to teach you against that tomorrow you are talking about, which you have not seen. So it is better you use the yardstick of your parents' experience and judge your own tomorrow, because that tomorrow is not reversible. That tomorrow you are talking about.
The thing is that, and I think the thing is that the ideology of parents and the way things used to be for them then and the way things are now is not the same. And I think at some point they find it difficult to understand the way things are now. Now, I want to believe that back then, maybe our parents, then they were used to seeing these parents will come. Oh, I have a daughter. Oh, this one will come. Oh, I have a son. Oh, and then they come together. And then the children, as obedient as they are, they don't have a problem. And then they go ahead with the marriage, and it goes however it goes, whether it goes good, whether it goes bad, that's it. And then when they try to do the same, because you saying your parents, they are seeing something, or maybe it's from their own experience. Quite all right. Yes, some parents have had experiences that they don't want their children to experience. But at the same time, they fail to understand that their children are also human beings with thinking faculty. They know what they want. They have their likes, their dislikes. What you want might not be what your child is wanting or what your child is looking for. The priorities are different. The green flags and the red flags for your child. Don't forget, you and your child, you are not the same. You come from your...
I seriously want to appreciate your level of intelligence. But theory is different from practical. Do you understand? So it is important that every parent watch the child he has and then try to show that child the future that is unknown and prepare that child. And then if that child brings a girl or a young man that said, I am interested in you, if it is possible, the problem we have is that certain parents don't tutor their children when it gets to do about marriage.
Okay, how do you?
Our interest is just to feed them. Our interest is just to train them in school. But we don't have time to talk to them about marriage. And when one is succeeding, it is conclusive. We are succeeding in our marriage. But do you know the character that boy or that girl is going to bring in if they will also succeed? So it is important to prepare their heart, which is the battleground against tomorrow. So all I'm trying to say is that we cannot be sure of tomorrow. And for that, we need to prepare our children. So that when we bring in whichever one that is the best match to the other, both of them said, we have decided that this marriage will work. Because the appetite, the interest in ancient time is not the interest, it's not what is obtainable right now. Things are not the same way it is. And knowledge is not the same. And when you talk of bringing two people together, remember they have diversity of character and behavior. And so it's not even expected that after marriage, a father or a mother will still come and have influence in a family that is newly built or a couple that is separate, as in marriage, So it is better you prepare them early enough before they get into it. And by that preparation, you'll be able to say, these people, they are succeeding in their marriage. So their son, their child, their daughter will also succeed.
What's guarantee that since this person is from a good family, the marriage is going to have with my daughter?
Okay. Are you telling me if I've not had any bad negative reports from a family, the couple, they don't fight, I don't have guarantee?
That's presumption. That's presumption.
Even that presumption can be a yardstick, of course,
But it is not an accurate yardstick, and it is actually quite not right.
But you said before, what if they succeeded in tomorrow? So it's assumption.
We said it.
Like you said, this person is from a good family. I know the family.
Yes.
And if he marries my daughter,
yes,
their family will definitely be, a good one. Like
a good one.
The question is, what is the guarantee? Because apart from parental upbringing,
are you telling me when they say that this particular family, okay, they are all thieves, they are known for stealing. This one, they are known for mental disorder. They are not yardstick. You just plunge into it. so that you now, they are all part of arguments. These are part of reasons. Parents can tell you, don't go there, don't go this way.
Those are obvious reasons.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Those are reasons that can actually be taken up as something serious. And I pity the child that does not listen to that.
Of course, that is what I'm trying to say.
What I'm trying to say now is those parents that actually don't have a genuine reason for telling you who to marry and what kind of person to marry. That is the problem we're having.
No, you can't say that a parent doesn't have a genuine reason.
No, because some don't.
What is not genuine to you may be genuine to another. Do you understand? You cannot have a universal interest. No. You cannot have a universal interest. What is not important to you may be something very urgent for the other. Do you understand? So all we are trying to say is that if a parent has a reason not to allow a child, his or her child, to go this way, you must present that.
So that means the parent does not respect their children's choices and their autonomy.
If respecting a child's choice is allowing that child to plunge into the dungeon, and the parent will now come back to use his old spinal cord to drive out the child from that dungeon. If that is what we call respect, so be it.
I know that parents have this whole right to be in our mind because the advice and all, but the truth is this: they have this whole mindset of the kind of person they want you to get married. I think we're going far to say, oh, mental health. There are parents that the young lady will bring a guy that is not well to do.
Yes, not from a rich home. And then you say, oh, it's a problem. Oh. Because some people will got in shops.
Yes.
Well, you know, let's just not undermine the fact that for marriage to succeed, it must be built on the bedrock of faith in God. Do you understand? You don't just enter into it anyhow. That's what the Bible says. Now, I want to say that a parent that understands the child should start as early as possible to pray for the success of that child's marriage, even when the child is not. And when the child comes, a parent should be given ample time to pray and get his own conviction to support that child. Okay? If there is to say, he should tell that reason to the child. And that child should be able to say to the parent, these are my convincing facts why I should marry this person. And if that be, the parent should agree, knowing too well that even the marriage that is anchored on what says the Lord is not well of challenge.
And that's this right here is what I was waiting. And that's just what I wanted to hear.
Thank you.
No, yes, now because we wanted to make it clear, but was
it's also important that as a young person, this love of attention does not enter into our
first of all,
medulla.
before we continue this conversation, please make sure to follow us on all our social media platforms and join in on this conversation. You know, on the social media platform showing right now on your screen. Go to the comment section, tell us what you think, and want to hear your thoughts. So let's continue.
Let me help.
Thank you.
When you talk about love, the love you exhibit during boy-girlfriend relationship, where if you don't see that person, you feel as if you are girlfriend relationship,
Yeah.
where if you don't see that person, you begin to feel as if you are hanging. Your blood is draining away. You are no more yourself. You are running crazy. Please, I want to set my eye on you. That's a different when it gets to marriage. The love you have in a marriage tells you, I've come for a real business. That something can come up tomorrow to attack that mentality of if I don't see you now. If I don't see you now, something may be more important than seeing that person right now. And that thing that is more important is what will guarantee the stability of that marriage. If we leave that thing and come and see you now, the future will be bleak.
You're saying that love is not enough.
I am saying that there is
enough.
something more serious about the love of marriage than the love of what? Boy-girl relationship. That of boy-girl relationship is all about the emotion and the feeling. But in marriage is a more serious business. So when a parent is saying to you, this, sit down, think well, plan well, pray well, and then be patient enough to go through those signs that will give you conviction before you sign in yes.
But why is it that, see, I keep saying this, and I've been saying it even during the last episode, that the problem is not the problem. The problem is the way the problem is presented. That's just the issue. Now, African parents, I don't know if it's that they don't have the patience. In fact, I don't know, but like, it's like fights. It's always like fights. It's always like, and I think it creates this misunderstanding, because now the child is in a position whereby they feel defensive. The parent is talking from a place of love, but they're not communicating it in a way that the child is going to understand it. And then it will not look like it's a fight or it's a war. Maybe
it's more like my opinion
is not being heard,
like you
or
see how they feel. I'm going to speak like, let me use it personal. It's more like you think I'm not grown enough to make some decisions. You think my opinion is not valid. You think I cannot speak for myself.
And these are people in their 20s.
Do you actually believe that experience is a good teacher?
Good, yes. Experience is a good teacher, yes.
And you know that a young man or a young girl is never married before. Never married.
Of course.
And the parent has gotten married.
Yes. True.
And so, what makes you to bolt away from the classroom when your teacher is teaching you?
See, when a teacher is constantly shouting at you, you see, that's nothing, you will not hear it.
Are you interested in the shouting, or are you interested? Are you interested in the knowledge?
Hold on. See, it's not even an emotion. See, mode of communication.
Do you know that if a parent has to talk to you with the weight of experience they have gotten, the shouting is even a mini assignment.
The thing is that
the parents should even lie you on the ground, give you a very fantastic, fantastic flog until you say, I am ready to hear. Then now say, get up and sit down to hear.
The thing is that
because your success in the marriage is also their success.
Yes, I understand you. I understand. But the thing is that mode of communication is very, very, very important. The way people receive information is highly dependent on the way the information is being given. And don't forget, you're not talking to a child. If it's a child, you can bully that child into doing something. You can flog that child into doing something. But hold on, sir, please. Hold on.
Okay,
but this is an adult, right? This person is probably in their 20s, maybe even late 20s, even early 30s. This is somebody that is old enough to be somebody's father.
When it gets to marriage, nobody is a graduate. When it gets to marriage does not respect age. Yes.
Parents tend to forget that their children are no longer children, that they can talk to in a certain way. Your children are now grown people.
Marriage does not respect age.
They can go to jail.
Do you understand? Marriage does not respect age.
Yes.
Happy marriage has nothing to do with age.
Yes.
It has nothing to do with certificate. It has nothing to do with wealth. You can have the whole money on earth, yet you have a reckless, useless marriage. You understand? It's important and paramount that you have peace in your marriage. And this is what a parent is agitating. Any parent that leaves peace and is talking of money and wealth is a misplaced priority.
Okay.
Do you understand?
Exactly, I agree with that.
So it is important that a child.
If I get married, I want to stay married. What's your own takeaway from that chat coming from our...
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. Of course, in the chat room, we talked about us children actually refusing parental advice, and that's just a question to every other person out there. Is it because parents are not communicating well, or because children are just refused to pay attention to details? And that's all we have, and that's the size of our package for tonight's program on Signature Evening. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media platforms. We are always live on YouTube 247, and we are on SLTV channel 265. Of course, it is your weekday programs. Tomorrow we're going to be here 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. Don't forget to join us as always, and we'll bring you a power-packed show as always. Have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow.
Good afternoon and welcome to eVibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. Welcome to Wednesday, the 21st of May, 2025. I know the year is running so fast and most people are getting pressured and bothered, but don't worry, everything will be fine. So this is the entertainment hour where we tend to give you arts, pop, culture, everything that has to do with entertainment. Gist, drama, trend, name them. And today we have a whole lot of stories for you today. So let's delve into the stories of the day. A Lagos High Court has ordered social media commentator Martins Osen, known as Very Dark Man, to pay 200,000 naira in costs to human rights lawyer Femi Falana San and his son, rapper Falz, in an ongoing 1 billion naira defamation lawsuit. The case stems from the 2024 viral video in which Very Dark Man accused the Falanas of hypocrisy and linked them to alleged misconduct involving Bobrisky's money laundering case. The Falanas sued for defamation citing reputational damage. VDM filed a preliminary objection arguing the courts lacked jurisdiction since the event occurred outside Lagos. The court dismissed the objection as baseless and ordered him to pay 100,000 naira each to Femi Falana and Falz. While Falz was present in court, both Femi Falana and Very Dark Man were represented by their lawyers. So I know most people will be like, I thought this case is dismissed because this actually happened last year. Me myself, I haven't thought it's dismissed, but From 1 billion naira, which they asked him to pay, it has reduced to 200,000 naira. Hopefully, let's see if Very Dark Man is going to pay, because according to them, it's a case of defamation. And you know how stories like this can be when it comes to a very known lawyer and, of course, a social celebrity, Bobrisky. And don't forget that this case was a case of money laundering, and Femi Falana was the lawyer for Bobrisky, who was actually speaking up for him, you know. So when they actually made that statement, Very Dark Man said this thing happened outside the court, you know. The truth is, Very Dark Man would always have something to say, because I'm even wondering, how did the money that was 1 billion naira reduced to 200,000 naira? They didn't even reduce it to 1 million naira. So people would say Very Dark Man is beginning to possess a whole lot of power. He's beginning to be that actually voice of the voiceless and the rest, because if he is very, very wrong, as they are saying, they would have still maybe left the money where it is, or probably reduced it to 1 million naira, but they reduced it to 200,000 naira. Let's see if Very Dark Man would really pay for this. We know how he can be. He might still come up and say it's a no-no for him, and this whole case is baseless to him, and there's no way he's going to pay that money. He still stands on his truth, and you know, things like that. But let's keep our fingers crossed. This is just the updates for now. Ryan Coogler latest film, Sina, has made a major splash in Nigeria, grossing over $600.7 million at the box office and attracting more than 100,000 viewers nationwide since its April 18th release. The film has topped local box office charts for 4 consecutive weekends and remains the #1 title in Nigeria cinema as of May 11. Starring Michael B. Jordan and produced by Coogler's Proximity Media, Sina's first made headlines in January for its bold storyline and unconventional production deal set in the Jim Crow era American South with a supernatural twist. The film was the subject of a fierce bidding war, eventually secured by Warner Bros. On the terms that gave Coogler's final cut a share of first dollar gross and full rights reversion after 25 years. Globally, Sinners has earned $294.7 million, including $225.4 million from the US and Canada, and $69.3 million from other markets. It opened domestically with a strong $48 million, the biggest debut for an original film since US 2019. While some US analysts have raised questions about its profitability given a $90 million production budget and up to $60 million in marketing costs. Others argue the film's cultural impact far outweighs national films that have made a significant impact at the local box office, reflecting the growing appetite of African audiences for global yet resonant storytelling. With this latest success, Coogler, best known for Black Panther, on socials, like, people come out and recommend movies like this for us to watch. Surprisingly, it has actually gotten to #1 in box office, not just because it's international, but because African has also embraced it locally, internationally, and the likes. And if this movie could get to this point it is, despite the fact that people were arguing if it would actually get the money that they put into the movie, if it would get the merits, if it would get the profits and the likes, the movie is making rounds, not just because it's a foreign movie, but because it has a storytelling line that attracted Africans to keep watching, that attracted the local users to keep watching. So that means The movie is making rounds. Imagine a movie that actually started from 2019, you know, and at this point, this is where it is, and it's grossing #1 in box office. Today is not Friday, yes, but I think I'm recommending this movie for both of us. If you've not seen it, I'm definitely gonna see this movie because I mean, what's actually attracting us, we Africans, to go watch this movie? It doesn't mean that foreign movies are not interesting or anything like that, but the fact that it's topping charts both internationally and nationally means it's an interesting story that maybe touches lives and all the rest. So let's move forward. Rapper Kid Cudi is expected to take the stand this week in the federal trial against Sean Diddy Combs in New York City, following multiple mentions of his name during key witness testimony. Federal prosecutors announced on Tuesday that they plan to call Cudi as a witness potentially as early as Wednesday, which is today, though scheduling could push his testimony to Thursday. The development follows testimony from singer Cassie, who spent 4 days on the stand recounting her past relationship with Diddy. She told the jury that Diddy became enraged when he discovered she was romantically involved with Kid Cudi in 2011 during a break in her relationship with the music mogul. Cassie testified that Diddy threatened her with a wine opener and said he would release intimate videos to hurt both her and Cudi. She added that Diddy once said Cudi's car would be blown up, a threat she claimed became reality when Cudi's vehicle allegedly exploded in his driveway, as detailed in her 2023 lawsuit. Cudi's testimony is expected to address this serious allegation, particularly the reported car explosion, as prosecutors continue to build their case. Now, the truth is, this month, the way this month is actually running, are you sure Diddy would be giving, are you sure this case would end this May? You know, because there's so many people that are in line to come testify against him. Now, don't forget that last week was victim 1 and victim 3. Victim 1 is Cassie, who is the #1, and victim 3 is a young lady that has refused to come up and speak out, but she wrote her petition, but she hasn't agreed to come to court and, you know, stand and answer some kind of questions. So during Cassie's statement, she had to mention Kid Cudi, and she kept mentioning it according to the story, and kept saying that Diddy got flared up when he found out that she's in a romantic relationship with him, and because of that he had to threaten her to release, you know, a sex video of the both of them, and even burn his car, probably kill him, you know. But we wouldn't say that for sure, and that's the reason why they're inviting Cudi today in court. Maybe he might not speak today, it might be tomorrow, being Thursday, but the truth is, I will still give you updates on this case. I don't know what you think out there. Do you think all these allegations are true? Because trust me, on socials, especially X, that was last week, the video of he and Cassie, how he physically assaulted her, slapped her, pushed her to the room, you know, things like that was trending. And you would see that where he was on a white towel. It was more like he ran out of the bedroom, because that happened a few minutes after she left. That's why Cassie is victim 1, because she experienced it, and the tape is on CCTV camera. So it's more like there's a full evidence against you. So if Cassie, who is victim #1, kept mentioning a particular person, and the threats which you gave to her concerning her ex-boyfriend, and even exploding his car, which they said allegedly you did, imagine Cudi was inside that car. Honestly, I don't know the fate of Diddy. I don't know his fate. I don't know what to wish for him, because as day breaks, stories keep coming up that, oh, he did this. And my question is, how come these stories are coming up every day, like every morning? Why is it not lined up already for us to see? I don't know. So we would wait till the end of May. I would keep bringing more updates on this case because it's a very serious one. Sean Diddy Combs is not a small musician. He's a music mogul, a very strong one at that. He has a fan base and he's a celebrity. He has done a whole lot in the music industry. So he himself wouldn't even let this go sly. He would make sure that he wouldn't be locked up in jail. So keep your fingers crossed. I'll keep bringing updates on this case. Let's move forward to the foreign scene. Brazilian President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva awarded the Order of Cultural Merit to members of the film Ainda Estou Aqui, I'm Still Here, including its lead actress and Oscar nominee Fernanda Torres at the ceremony held at the Gustavo Capanema Palace in Rio de Janeiro. President Lula and Culture Minister Margaret Menezes ordered 112 individuals and 14 institutions recognized for their contribution to Brazil's cultural development and diversity. According to the Brazilian news agency, among those honored were I'm Still Here director Walter Salles and writer Marcelo Ruben Paiva, whose 2015 memoir served as the basis for the film. I'm Still Here tells the true story of Eunice Paiva, a mother of 5 whose husband disappeared during Brazil's military dictatorship. The film, which won Best International Feature at the 2025 Oscars, portrayed the family's journey through loss, resilience, and hope under authoritarian rules. During the event, President Lula emphasized the role of culture in defending democracy, noting that Brazil is currently experiencing its longest continuous period of democratic governance, though he also recalled the attempted coup on January 8, 2023. Take a look.
It is important that we remember we are living in the longest continuous period of democracy in this country. Since the 1980s, from the Constituent Assembly until now, this is the longest period people have lived in a democratic system with the defects that everyone finds it has, but even so they tried to stage a coup on January 8, 2023, and Brazilian society once again repelled the coup attempt because we learned that democracy is not a pact of silence, democracy is a society in movement. I want to end by saying loud and clear, we are still here, alert and stronger than ever. A big hug and a kiss to all of you.
Indian author Banu Mushtaq on Tuesday evening, May 20th, won the International Booker Prize 2025 with a collection of 12 short stories entitled Heart Lamp that captured the daily lives of females living in Muslim communities in southern India. Bashti, who split the 50,000 Rand prize money equally with Mushtaq, said she was ecstatic. The book highlighted Kannada and is one of the oldest languages on earth. The annual Literary Booker's Prize Award goes to a living author from anywhere in the world for work available in English and published in the UK or Ireland. This year, the judges chaired by best-selling Booker's Prize longlisted author Max Porter, who presented the award on Tuesday evening, read 154 books in 6 months, the highest number of books recorded since the prize was launched in its current format in 2016. 6 authors were shortlisted for the first time, including 4 female, Bale Hiromi Kawakami, Mushtaq and Annie Serra, and 2 male, Vincent and Vincenzo. The short list of 6 books included Heart Lamp in Kannada and 5 novels originally in Danish, French, Japanese, and Italian, including 3 with debut English language publication. Take a look.
The winner of the International Booker Prize 2025 is Heartlamp by Banu Mushtaq, translated by Deepa Basti.
Good evening, esteemed judges, fellow authors, and beloved readers across the world. If I may borrow a phrase from my own culture, this moment feels like 1,000 fireflies lighting up a single sky, brief, brilliant, and utterly collective. To even stand among these extraordinary finalists is an honor to me. I will never forget, and I accept this great honor not as an individual, but as a voice raised in chorus with so many others. I am happy for the entire world, which is full of diversity and inclusiveness. I am happy for myself and my translator, Deepa Bhasti. This is more than a personal achievement. It is an affirmation that we as individuals and as a global community can thrive when we embrace diversity, celebrate our differences, and uplift one another. This book was born from the belief that no story is ever small, that in the tapestry of human experience, every thread holds the weight of the whole. In a world that often tries to divide us, literature remains one of the lost sacred spaces where we can live inside each other's minds, if only for a few pages. To every reader who trusted me with their time, thank you for letting my words wander into your heart. Tonight is not an end point, it is a torch passed. May it light the way for more stories from unheard corners, more translations that defy borders, and more voices that remind us the universe fits inside every eye. Thank you from the depths of my soul. Thank you.
It calls the Kannada language a river of honey, a rain of milk, and compares it to sweet ambrosia. Kannada is one of the oldest languages on earth, and I'm ecstatic that this will hopefully lead to a greater interest in reading and writing and translating more and from the language, and by extension from and into the magical languages we have.
In May, US President Donald Trump proposed 100% tariff on movies produced outside the United States, claiming the American film industry was experiencing a very fast death due to aggressive financial incentives offered by foreign governments. Major US studios, including Disney, Netflix, and Universal Pictures, frequently film abroad to capitalize on the financial perks. In Atlanta, local studios have fought to keep productions in Georgia. Crystal Carroll, director of operations at West End Production Park, welcomed the tariff proposal. Still, industry expects one of unintended consequences. Kate Fortz-Muller, associate producer of film at Georgia State University, pointed out that films are a service, not a good, making them difficult to regulate with traditional tariffs. Meanwhile, at the Cannes Film Festival, U.S. Director Wes Anderson humorously questioned the proposed policy. Can you hold up the movies in customs? He joked to reporters, I feel it doesn't ship that way. But anyways, let's listen to what they said.
We're hoping that with the tariffs, it will just bring the productions back to Georgia and let us compete amongst each other, not internationally. Spider-Man, when they leased the building, Spider-Man used his elevator shaft and did his cool tricks and things like that here. So, we do keep this here because it's just, if somebody opens it, it's just a big hole there. We deal with scouts all the time. They let us know, yes, they come here, we give them the tour, we give them pricing and a quote for their 6-month production. And just where they're going to house the production costs hundreds of thousands of dollars, sometimes millions of dollars. And then when you think of them going and they're scouting Canada, and I've lost some to Vancouver or Mexico, as we're waiting to get word back of where they're gonna go, then I get the final word that, oh, Crystal, I'm sorry, they're gonna go elsewhere, out of the country, because they're saving money. America, we are the #1 consumers. So at some point we should take control over, our spending dollars and kind of force the other hand to comply. So I think we're shaking some boots on the other side. And so we're just hopeful on this side that it really produces the results that we're looking for, which is to keep our film world thriving.
The problem with tariffs, right, is that films that are shot overseas, those are services, and it's hard to kind of use something that is a goods tariff on a service industry. So the first problem is sort of that. The other problem is that we actually, as the U.S., we rely on exporting our films to other countries. So I think the concern for a lot of people working in the film industry is that there might be retaliatory measures that would then be sort of other countries putting tariffs on American films, which would ultimately hurt us more than help us. Hollywood's a global industry. It's always been a global industry. It depends on global audiences. It depends on global labor. Historically, Hollywood has been known for taking directors from other countries. In the 30s and the 40s, Germany had a great industry, so let's take some German stars and directors and have them work for Hollywood, right? So it has always been global, and it becomes very hard to disentangle that from its identity.
As far as the economy affecting the film industry right now, it's been a little challenging over the past 2 years. It seems like the film industry has shrunken down a significant amount. There used to be about a 6-month waiting list on most of the major studios, and now they're at about, some of them are only at 10% capacity. And this was the first camera that could really give a filmic, cinematic look on a commercial level. It's essentially, it may be a short-term pain, but I think a very long-term gain, where, once things kind of settle, once the dust settles, we're going to see that, okay, on the short term, maybe people were having to pay these higher tariffs on bringing in the films, and it was disincentivizing these other countries. Because right now, Malta is taking in so much of our production business, and other countries that are offering these kinds of deals because the labor's cheaper, the locations are cheaper. There's just a lot of incentives across.
All right, that's all we have for you in the news segment this hour. So we'll go on a very short break, and when we return, we'll review some conversations we had with our guests, 2 in particular. One is the script writer. We had to speak about behind the script, stories of Stick, and another one is a conversation we had over the AMVCA award. So stay tuned. All right, welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. The first interview, which we would be replaying to you right now, is on the script writer. We have to talk about behind the script, stories that stick. We had this conversation with Prosper Chukwemeka, so enjoy. All right, that was quite an interesting one, and I'm sure you enjoyed it. Even those script writers are not giving the glory they need. So the next conversation we had was highlights on AMVCA, and we had that conversation with a fashion designer. We'll be reviewing that to you right now.
I think it's a good step. Number one, the older people grow, the more experience they have. Am I right? And the more you dwell on a particular profession, the more expertise or skillful you become. So even 65 is okay, but if we can have people of 70 years that can still be brought back into service that are active, I think is a good one. Because abroad, they employ old people that are skillful and are specialized in some field. So 65 is nice, but it could be better.
I don't see anything wrong about it, because with my perception of that profession, doctor, I believe it's an experienced profession. Okay, so if I walk up to any of the hospital, could be private hospital, could be general hospital, and I felt the doctor attending to me is of age, I feel there should be an experience in him. Okay, because it's something that he has done for several years, practiced for several years. With that, I'll be able to have confidence in them. Like now, I had a fracture on my leg. So when I walk up when I was amending my leg, and the younger doctor were coming around, but I wasn't having the confidence. But when the surgeon came in, I saw it's an elderly. I said, oh, for such an elderly person to be in this field, we operate my leg with, experience. And I had a very good confidence about that. So I think that is a good one.
It's a good idea, because based on the unemployment I have, we have more youth that finishing their NYSC, there's no job, lack of employment, and the rest of it. If they increase the doctors, I am not going against it fully, but the thing is they need to look at the other generation that is coming. So if they increase their retirement age, what provision the government made for the upcoming doctor that is coming? So is there any job for them, and all this we need to look at it.
Nice indeed. Nice. Because one of these days I saw something in YouTube. A doctor want to undergo some operation like that, and he was watching a YouTube tutorial before he undergo that kind of a thing. There are quite lots of these days. But if we can use that old brain, and if they have that that old knowledge that they can treat and get it right, I think it's better. It's better like that. I like it that way. You got me right? Yeah, it's okay. I'm in support in that. Very, very support. I have that full confidence that those old men will do better than the younger ones, because they are no longer studying. How can you go on YouTube before you undergo a process like that? So I'm in support of that.
Cancer remains one of the leading causes of death worldwide, with over 18 million new cases diagnosed every year. In Nigeria alone, approximately 100,000 new cases are recorded annually. Factors such as late diagnosis and inappropriate treatment are listed as leading causes of cancer death, especially in low and middle-income countries. 38-year-old Umu Dolukaina, who is receiving treatment for breast cancer, shares her story. According to her, she dismissed unusual pains, opted for herbal remedies instead of seeking professional help. She now urges women, particularly those in rural communities, to prioritize their health by seeking immediate medical attention if they experience any symptoms.
I have been experiencing pain in my armpit. When I first fell ill, I was unaware of the cause of my sickness, despite trying traditional medicine, which did not provide any relief. My aunt, who lives in town, advised me to undergo a medical checkup at FMC Renikebi to determine the source of my discomfort. Unfortunately, the diagnosis revealed that I have cancer, a disease I knew very little about. Having relied solely on traditional medicine, which proved ineffective, the medical team informed us that if we were willing, we could proceed with treatment, which involved a series of injections, followed by surgery, and then completion of the remaining injections.
Cancer treatment is quite expensive. Given the significant financial burden, health experts say government intervention to support cancer patients is critical. The Kebbi government says it is dedicated to closing the gap in healthcare within the state by improving access to essential medical services, including cancer care.
State level, Kebbi State government has established a cancer unit in the Kebbi State Teaching Hospital, Kalgo, and also it has established an indigent cancer fund. Based on the category or stage at which your cancer is, the funds is being distributed accordingly for patients either for surgery or chemotherapy or radiotherapy. The state government is giving funds accordingly for patients to avail those services. Yes, partnership is there with drug companies like Johnson & Johnson, Roche, which Roche is into breast cancer and Johnson & Johnson into prostate cancer. So they have subsidized those drugs that are meant for prostate cancer as well as drugs for breast cancer. So there is counter-funding from state government together with these NGOs to subsidize the drugs for patients.
Health experts says medical advancement and improved early detection methods have been significantly increased survival rates, offering a lifeline to those battling the disease.
There has been improvement in cancer survival rates due to simple things like prevention. Within the cancer space, there has been plenty of noise being made, early diagnosis, coming to hospital early, and it has greatly improved the survival rates of our cancer patients. As well as in the chemotherapy, some of the drugs were used in cytotoxic. Initially, the cytotoxic being used usually destroyed both normal and abnormal cells, the cancer cells and the normal cells. But these days, the new drugs being made, they are referred to as hormonal or targeted therapies or immunotherapy. Specifically, they are made to treat the cancer cells without destroying the normal cells. So with that, it has reduced side effects and patients are willing to stay and finish their chemotherapy, thus improving survival rates.
The WHO stresses the need for increased sensitization and accessible treatment towards a future where cancer is no longer a widespread burden. From Brini Kebbi, Excellence Benjamin, reporting for Signature Television.
your late night show on Signature Television. I am Vin Martin Obiora Ilo, and always glad to know that you're waiting for this program and that we start it together. Tonight, I have a very, very exciting guest. Yes, permit me to say that, a very, very exciting guest. Someone who has contributed so much to the entertainment industry in Nigeria. He's one of those faces that's very recognizable, both in Nigeria, all over Africa, and permit me to say, across the world. My guest will be 70 in less than an hour. He has traversed the movie world, and at 70, he has accepted to tell us his story. My guest tonight is Nkem Owo Osofia. Nkem.
Thank you very much.
Glad to have you in our studio.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
You're watching Full Day, your late night show on Signature TV. Nkem, glad to have you.
A pleasure to be here.
A long time.
Long time, really. A long time, really.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good by the grace of God.
You know, you and I come a very long way.
Yes.
I remember those years at NTA when we were part of the Ikoro and
That's
some
right.
of these other drama.
Struggling.
I remember Ikoro, both of us wrote a number of scripts.
That's right.
But, you know, what was instructive was even then, you were more interested in writing scripts.
That's right.
Than, you know, acting. So at what point did you change your mind?
You are very correct. I was more interested in writing then. Should I say I was stage shy or something? Mm-hmm. Because it never occurred to me that I could make it in front of the camera rather than behind the camera. But when I was enjoying script writing, I could stay 2 days writing. You know, and it makes me aware, always aware, and it makes my brain sharp. If I'm walking along the road and there is something that excites me, that I think that this thing will have to, I think I'll have to note this thing down, it's going to help me in future, I write it down immediately. Even if I'm in a transport vehicle going somewhere, I was always with my pen and my jotter. I would jot the thing down. And I found out that it helped me so much in my creative world. When I wanted to do something, and you know, script writing is something else. When you write to a stage, it will get stuck. When you go to the jotter, you will see it again. It will reopen. Then you will see the link that will link you to the next creative sentence, and I'll continue. So I continued like that until people started pressuring me. In fact, I should say it's pressure, because walking behind the camera with the colleagues, the crew, is exciting. It was then. it is still exciting.
Yeah.
Yes. So I prefer cracking jokes behind the camera then than in front of the camera. So they started telling me, look, we're enjoying your jokes in front of the camera or behind the camera. Why don't you bring the thing in front of the camera so that it becomes worldwide or, well, nationwide, whichever. I wasn't giving it a serious thought, but somewhere along the line, I had to obey them, because when somebody talks the same thing, this person said something, and that person said the same thing, at a stage you begin to reflect on it.
So that was how you came in front of the camera?
That was how I came in front. In fact, they had to push me. We were presenting Youth Forum. I think it was Youth Forum they used to call it then. When they said, look, I was doing my funny things behind the camera, and they said, look, the producer said, come in front of this and do this thing. Like joke. I didn't know they were recording it. I came in front of the camera, and I was fulfilling myself, to the benefit of the people who are watching. I didn't know that they were going to record it. They recorded it, and they showed it in the next episode of Youth Forum, and people were, wow. I said, what's this? In my place, they would say, Onzuzu in Ezuzu. But people bought it, and I saw that the thing was, well, as a natural human being, I have to put my head where my pillow is.
And that was the beginning?
Yeah, that was the beginning. So, from there, I never stopped. And as I was going, some other more serious theater groups or television drama groups were calling me to come and do it, because they have seen some of the snipers of the thing I did, and I obliged them. I started coming in front of the camera gradually. I was still writing, to be honest with you.
And acting.
So what I did was, okay, since people now appreciate me somehow in front of the camera, if I was writing, I like to put small parts, for me. Since people liked it. And I was doing this, they said, no, my friend, leave this your pen and come in front of the camera fully. I obliged.
And you started enjoying it?
I started enjoying it, honestly. Anybody at a stage checking what I did, what was supposed to be my profession, or how do I put it, my vocation, well, whatever,
career,
my
or
career,
vocation, or
exactly,
profession.
So I just put those things behind me, and started being serious in front of the camera.
Let's move it forward. And then Nollywood happened.
Nollywood happened,
and you were there at creation.
We happened to Nollywood. It didn't just happen to us.
So how did you get involved in Nollywood?
Well, I was watching this Michael Rihedima. To be honest, they were the people who initially influenced me into doing this very comedy for people to see. They come to me, probably a Charger Market or all this, and they will go on top of a drone or anything, and then
start performing.
And people in the market were, they won't get about it. So somebody who was a smart businessman then called them and said, look, let's not give this free for people. again. Because what they were doing, I think, was they finished performing. You know, people were just throwing in small money dash, you know. So when they started canning the thing, it was no longer an open thing. So they started making small money. Within that period, the man called me, the man who was producing them or sponsoring them, called me in Onitsha and said, I would want you to give pep, because I heard that you're a very good writer, to pep up this thing so that we'll see how far it's going to go. I said, okay, fine. So the very first script I wrote for the pair contained some, well, they regarded it as sophisticated things. You know, I put supermarket here, I put contact with the police people and all. The people felt no. The actors said it was too much. You are trying to Europeanize this. Let us see. We want to continue to do it in the indigenous manner that they created it from there. Well, the man said yes. So this is what I said. Well, this is what I don't want to stay at a place. If I'm going to be involved in this, it has to go.
You need to elevate it.
Then he said, okay, fine. I started writing. In fact, he said I should go and write one good script. I was writing that script when he called me again. I said, look, there's another script that has come up. While we wait for that your own, could you help do this very one and maybe restructure the script and then act in it? I looked at it. I said, okay, fine. That was the second thing that came on. That was Circle of Doom. After living in bondage.
Was it before? It was okay. It was after living in bondage.
Immediately after living in bondage. But in living in bondage, even they called me. But that time I was a production manager for Bassey and Company.
Yes.
Under Kesaro. So I couldn't leave the thing to come. They said I should come to Lagos and all that. I said no. Don't worry. You said I should come and do the subtitling. I will create time and come. But for me to leave this job and then come to hang around in Lagos, you know, for whenever you're ready to shoot a film, I wasn't going to do it. Well, they allowed me. I finished the subtitling. I did that Circle of Doom. I created time. When they wanted to shoot it, I went to Lagos and we shot that. And honestly, after that...
Did you act in Circle of Doom?
I acted in Circle of Doom, but it wasn't such a prominent part. But
okay.
All of us that time, we were all waiting because we didn't know where we were going. We were just interested in getting this film, drama for people to hear and all that, and getting popular along the line. So I did
Taboo?
Taboo. No, not even. Yeah, Taboo was the third one. After the Circle of Doom, I went and I furnished the script I was writing for that man. And it was later I found out he paid me and then took the script. But it was later I heard that he fell out with the people who even suggested me, his crew that were there ready to, you know, produce for him. So that died. A very beautiful script that, you know, puts that one in the cooler. Then Taboo came on, and I was called. Actually, I was in Badagry with Chris Obirapo. Chris was, I met him when he came to direct New Masquerade
in Enugu.
In Enugu, and he stayed for a very long time. In fact, he lived in Enugu, so I was close to the house. So I was writing for New Masquerade then, you know, writing for other, you know, things. So when Chris went to Lagos, there was one program that he created. It was a new program then. He said he wanted me to come. Memorial Hospital. He said I should come and, so I was inducted into a team of Memorial Hospital writers. So I started writing, It was while I was in Badagry that the taboo came on. Dan Oluibo and one Tony White Meribe, they brought that script, just small piece of paper. And they said they have found sponsors for this story. I looked at the story, I said, is this the story you're doing? So how are we going to act it? Even though all of us were guessing, but I had moved further in writing, so I should know better than they knew then. Chris now said, okay, fine, so you handle the concept, see what you can do. I read the whole thing, juicy, even though it was the conceptual stage. I called Chris, I said, look, I'm going to do some research to get this thing, particularly when I saw Osuka's system in the script. So I left. He gave me some money. I went to Nsukka UNM to do some research. I went to all the libraries. I went to see, what was his name again? I think he was one of the researchers on Igbo culture.
Do they still do stuff like that now?
I doubt if they do it. If not, if they were doing it, we wouldn't be seeing some of the things that we were seeing.
Okay, your story is a long one when we talk about the movie industry in Nigeria.
Yes.
So we need to, go from one place to the other. So, Ikuku.
Yes.
Was that movie that thrust you in the public eye?
Yes.
And I think that was the first place you answered Osofia.
Yes, that was the first place I answered Osofia. But that was in film development. For stage, I answered that very Osofia because when during the ATV era and the NTA then, we had a group, stage group, myself, the one they call Barako, and then we assembled ourselves to say we're going to do. So I wrote a script, a very short script, where I answered. I took the character of Sophia, So when I think I fell out with one group. My wife acted in that story, in that thing, but somewhere along the line, the relationship between myself and the people who are producing it wasn't so juicy, so I left. And it was that zeal in me that why should somebody come? I felt I understood what I wanted to do more than this person was trying to correct me.
So
out of annoyance, I went to write my own script.
Did you write Ikuku?
Yes, I wrote Ikuku.
Did you produce Ikuku?
No, I didn't produce Ikuku. I was the writer, I was the coordinator, and I was the artistic director. And
so Osofia caught fire. I mean,
when Osofia came, when I wrote Ikuku, I used that Osofia, like I told you now. I used Osofia as the main character, and from there I started cooking some of those things, and the public bought it. I said, "Look, Onzuzuma, pardon my language, that people who bought into it." I said, "Okay, so who am I not to give them what they want?" I started writing Ikuku. After writing Ikuku 1, I wrote Ikuku 2. That time we didn't have a lot of technicians or technocrats in this, who knows the craft of television or audiovisual generally. So we just go to radio stations or television stations and then steal one or two of their workers, to
come out and do it.
And I found out that time that I was almost doing everything, because even those people that we are trying to pull out from established the mainstream television, this thing, were not so good at what we wanted to do. In fact, they were even surprised. What do you think you want? They were using the format of television production, but what we wanted was to get something new That was what I wanted. Then I managed. I finished Ikuku 1, called some of my friends, they helped in certain things. I finished Ikuku 1, and as I wasn't the person who sponsored it, I just took the script to one of the marketers in Onitsha. They were so skeptical. I don't want to go and invest my money, and all. I give them kudos. When you're able to convince them and they see that this guy is so sure of what he was going to do, they will face you.
So they funded it.
They funded it. So I finished the thing, and the very first week, normally they give you the money, you know, to do the production, and they give you part of your money as the person who is producing it for them. But I said, the man said, I cannot just, I said, look, hold all the money that I'm going to do artistic directing, and I was going to co-direct it. In fact, I directed it. I brought a co-director because I didn't want to go. I promised him it was going to be good, that let me use that very one as collateral. Hold this.
And when it became a hit, what happened?
The first week, my decision is, I wrote in the agreement, if after 2 months you don't make your money, do it. After first 4 days, he called me. I said, come to Onitsha. I said, what happened? He said, this thing is selling. He was so
excited.
So excited. I went to Onitsha. That money that was supposed to stay till 2 months, he gave it to me once. I said, look, prepare another one, you know. You know the opportunity of our people. Once this thing does an open here, he wanted to usurp the thing, in fact, to monopolize it before the others, you know. So when I get to him, he never wanted me to discuss with any of the marketers again, or rather the people in the market who are sponsoring. I stayed for him. He said, okay, fine. As soon as I said, finish Ikuku 1 now, let us exploit it to the end before we now do Ikuku 2. He said, no, we're going to start preparing Ikuku 2 because the money was coming.
So, Osofia in London.
Yes.
That was another big one for you.
Another big one. Before I did Osofia in London, I did Osofia in London on radio.
Okay.
With Uche Ogbuagu. Before the television, the thing. So I was doing it. It's still comedy, but you see, the surprising thing is that even the bag I was holding, like that, well, they call it Ukwa bag now in Zambia, and it's very popular in Zambia. So when time I go to Zambia, I say, I see Ukwa. And they say, look, we have Ukwa bag here, you know. So I was still holding it. We took the picture with which we advertised it on the jacket of those audio cassettes. So that one was good. And I was looking for somebody I could collaborate with and then do these things.
Until you met a soulmate.
Until I met a soulmate, yes.
Who understood exactly what you wanted to do.
So when I talked with Kingsley Ogoro, he was just saying, there is a friend. In fact, I was editing most of my works in his studio. So we got to know ourselves. I said, look, I want to do this. If you can, he said, look, if you want, let's develop this very story and go and shoot it in London. I said, yeah, now you're talking. Because all the people I've been meeting, we are not willing to go to London and then say, because, you know, the thing was just coming up then. What they wanted was, what is good is you can see some people who are white people, like Chinatown or Chinese restaurant, go where you can see a few white people, pretend that that's Europe. And let us just shoot our film.
And you were phenomenal in that.
Oh yes,
in that movie. I still believe that most of the things you did were not in the script.
They were not. They were not. Couple the fact of the fact that I wrote the script, so the concept and everything is in my head. So
So tell me about how some of the things happened. I mean, there was this scene, I can't forget that.
Yes.
You and the pigeons.
Yes.
And they were telling you that it was unlawful to and you were asking them if the pigeon was complaining.
The pigeon wasn't complaining. To me, I didn't want to know the law. What I was trying to do was just let people have fun.
Yeah.
So you said, what was the pigeon? Don't you know it's against the law for you to come here catching pigeons and all that? I said, the pigeon is not complaining. So what's your headache? You know, so.
And then I remember the scene where a couple, they were, I think they were
okay, yeah, jogging, yes. I went to their center. In fact, I didn't give them any notice. You see, my costume then had already condemned me because it was like a half madman's costume. And from their view there, some of the Africans that their heads are not sitting very well on their shoulders roam the streets. So they counted me among those people. So any nonsense you do, they will accept it. You know, I went into the day and that was my time. I said, oh, you people are jogging. Physical. They said yes. You know, they were catching fun. They didn't know that we were shooting.
You were shooting?
I was recording. I went to the Buckingham Palace, and did all the things I did.
I remember you saw the guards.
Exactly.
And I had a conversation.
Thank you. I had a conversation and I said, look, I was even shouting. You see how stupid I was. I was even shouting for them to know that I'm a madman so that they don't come disturbing us much. You know, so as I was in, one police officer came and he was serious. And I saw the seriousness of his face. I said, look, Kemo, we're in trouble. If you don't find any way to use this your comedy and save yourself, you're in the gallows. I said, okay. So when they were, before the man could get close to me, I said, are these people human beings? It's 3. You put 3 inside this. And the man laughed. I said, no, that wasn't a 3. They were police. I said, human being, stand like this and they don't move. He said, I laughed. The man was happy. He went strolled away. It was a police officer.
And left you alone?
Yes. And there was one other lady. They were partying, or they kept sightseeing somewhere close to the Buckingham Palace. And I went to her, I said, button my shirt. She looked at me. Imagine, how can this man come here and say, button my shirt? I said, button my shirt. He looked at me, he saw the incorrectness of my head. That it's like my brain was on holiday. The woman obliged me. I started buttoning. So when he finished, I said, oh, you both button my shirt. And I started moving. And I was wishing, oh, you people are doing movie, the pictures and all that and all that. I would have. By that time, I had gone to where I was.
You know, a lot of film critics say your ad-libbing prowess was just something else. In a lot of your movies,
yes,
you brought in things that were not really there, and you made it feel like it was there.
Yeah, I think that.
How did you manage?
I didn't manage. I think that was a special gift from God. There are times when we finish all these things and I come and I'm watching the film just like every other person. I laugh at that stupid man that I represented in the film. You know?
So tell me the difference between that stupid man,
yes,
and Nkemo.
No, they are two different people. In fact, they are so divorced that the two of them,
there's no relationship.
There's no relationship between the two because the other one, you are doing it to influence people or to, you know, entertain people. Let me say. But when you do carry that you do in front of the camera and bring it behind the camera. And you do behind the camera, bring it in front of the camera, then you're a madman.
But tell me, isn't Nkemo a serious-minded human being?
Good, and that's where that was what I told you, and that was why I said I divorced the two. Very serious-minded human being. So when people want to relate me to that man, that drunk they see on TV, I refuse.
You resist it.
I'll resist it.
Tell me about your wife.
Yes.
In Sophia in London. I mean, I still remember her.
Oh, yes. Yeah, oh, very charming lady. And very accommodating too. She's not that...
But she didn't continue in the movies.
She didn't come, but that movie gave her a lot of upliftment. You know, she was a singer in UK. But after doing that video, she was going about showing the people what to do in her. I learned her ranking in that.
Then let's talk about the Masters. Was it the Masters?
The Masters, yes.
The Masters, where you were into 419.
Exactly.
Sorry, where Osofia was into
419. Thank you for correcting it.
And you know, there was a lot of controversy with that movie where some people said Osofia was promoting 419.
Yes. Yes. And you see the irony of the things, fate. Some people were saying Osofia was trying to promote 419. But the people who are involved in the fraud itself were saying, my friend, mind yourself, you're trying to expose us. So I was between the
devil and the
deep blue sea, you know. So I said, okay, fine. I managed myself. So whoever you believe is, go ahead with it.
And then, of course, in that movie, you were the owner of the international airport.
Everything.
And you were the owner of the national stadium.
You know, that was when this thing has not been, 419 has not been digitalized. So there are a lot of things you have to do for picture purposes. You make it look big. Chains of cars,
yeah,
and all that. You come to the stadium and say you own it, and all that, and you arrange some people and all. Those were the kind of 419 they were doing. Very risky for someone to come and tell an Oyibo man, I own the stadium. First, they will doubt you. But when they look at the people around and the way they regard us, you know, Africans.
I think that was about the time someone went into the central bank and posed as a central bank governor.
Happy. You. So those were the kind of this for picture purposes, you know.
So here you were, the government was not happy, the 419ers were not happy.
Yes.
What was the objective of that movie from your own perspective?
The objective of that movie, what we had in mind was to warn people, this is the way 419ers do. It was a risk. 419ers then were right when they were accusing me of exposing them, because that was the intention. Tell them what to do and all that. But people thought I was bragging being a 419er, and that is in the film that I was encouraging 419 and all that and all that.
That was not your intention at all.
It wasn't my intention. This lady used it in one of her program, as I learned. I was in France then. They said what's this lady, this popular lady that was this thing in US.
Okay. I know where, the black woman.
Yes. The black woman.
I'm trying to remember her.
Yes, who even tried, Trump was trying to see if you could bring her to, you know, when he was starting his campaign.
I remember.
I said, like
Oprah Winfrey.
Oprah Winfrey. And they said, my friends met me in France. I said, look, you cannot enter US again. I said, why? He said, they used you, they probably referred to you as somebody who
was promoting
419. And that was how I got into trouble in Netherlands, because they thought this guy that they said talked so much about has come to their place.
To come and do 419.
The impression was just to come and do 419. And they so brutalized our people, and they sent back about 180 Nigerians or Africans generally from the Netherlands, you know. It didn't make me happy. So I said, okay, fine. Let me see if I could take a break from that.
But one thing that happened in that movie was that you became a musician.
Oh, yes.
Because the soundtrack was so nice.
When we were doing the film itself, I was singing that. Some of the songs there. I was singing it as I was doing. So, the person who did the soundtrack, listen
I think
to
it was Stanley Okori or something.
Yes, Stanley Okori. And said, we could make this into, you know, a very big sound. And went to the owner of the thing, the executive producer. They called me and said, look, we want to extract the
soundtrack.
Yes, the soundtrack, and then develop it on its own. I agreed, and the thing was fantastic. You know, all these things we were doing, not knowing where we were going yet.
Okay, tell me, and I'm sure you've done more than 100 movies or more.
I can't count. I don't count.
You know, yeah, you lost count. But when you look back, which of the movies is so dear to your heart?
I'll tell you, and you'll be surprised. There was one I did, they call it King of the Jungle. That film was one of the worst economically. It didn't bring back much. But that was the story my grandmother told me when she was alive. Folk tale, folk stories like that. So I had it at the back of my mind. And I so enjoyed it when I was small, and my grandmother was telling us the story. Now somebody wrote something similar to it. I didn't waste time. I developed it there. Said, okay, fine. Let us do it. So I was remembering those things that my grandmother used to say then. And I was infusing all of them into the whole thing. My perception as a small boy came to be. And I had to transform it into adult kind of things. And that film didn't make so much in the market, but I love the film so much. Whatever you say, what?
You're emotionally attached to it.
Very, very. Very, very attached. What's the Utobo? But I think that was the name I took there. You know, I don't fabricate.
Now that you're talking about your grandmother,
yes.
Let's go back now.
Okay.
Tell me about your parents. How was growing up like? And what did you learn from them?
My growing up was tough, but it was it gave me a lot of positivity. My mother was very, well, should I say meek? Very cool, you know, woman and understanding. She was a primary school teacher. And my father was a retired army from the Second World War. We were about 6 then. I was the last. So my father could, with this, I was, in fact, they used me as guinea pig for anything he wanted to do. In fact, the way I was trained was worse than an army private. You know, because whenever you come, imagine a situation where my father will be coming down, they say, Papa, Anata, window, piam. Everybody will be running. Because of the strict nature of the part, because you could see, you say, what are you doing here? It's in your house. You're just trying to say, why are you crossing from here to here? But why? And you know, so we were all, but he was being so strict. And if not the way he handled people like me, I would have, I don't think I would have been somebody meaningful, you know.
So that paid off?
He paid, that's what I'm saying. And a very astute businessman, which I grabbed. Some of those things were the attributes I got from him.
You were born...
and a very religious family, so all these things moved me. These attributes sort of tempered me down because as they did so that time, I know they hear.
I understand they were living in Nsukka.
Yes.
So you were born in Nsukka.
Yes, I was born in
But
Nsukka.
you're from Udi.
I'm from Udi, yes.
Okay. So did you start your primary school in...
No, I started my primary school in Nsukka. I did my secondary school in Nsukka. Then I came over to ENUGU, worked for some time. In fact, before then, I was a teacher. I taught both in primary and secondary school then, in the 70s. Then I came to ENUGU when I came, first of all to Ilorin, where I gained admission, University of Ilorin. From University of Ilorin, we were the pioneers. I was supposed to be
Did you finish the program?
I did not because of the things, Well, I wouldn't like to talk of what happened then. But it was a new university, the quota, the ratio, and all that, and all that, and all that. So we had to come back. I went to IMT and to read the same course, electrical engineering. So I graduated at IMT in electrical engineering, went for my national service, still got attached to television. To me...
So you never used the screwdriver?
No. No, I was using it then while we were operating, while we were learning. If I go for my IT or other places, I was wiring my houses and, my neighbor's house and all that. But that wasn't what was tugging at the sleeve of my mind.
So, movies, was it for you?
Yes.
When you look back, I mean, we met in those early years.
That's right.
When you were coming into the movies.
That's
and
right.
I remember that some years after that, when the movies were catching on.
That's right.
You shot a number of your movies in my house. I remember.
Very, very well. Where we used to eat and drink. I said, no, I'm in my friend's house. Let them give me food.
So, but I knew I was a little into acting at that time.
That's right.
But we were interested in the art.
Yes.
How do you compare it with today, where Nollywood is all about razzmatazz? People will rent houses and claim the houses are their own. They want Lamborghinis, they want Mercedes cars, they want to fly in private jets, and everybody is trying to get rich quick.
Yes.
What has gone wrong in Nollywood?
The influence,
what has changed?
The influence of, as you said, one is the influence of foreign culture. Everybody wanted to Europeanize him or herself to a certain level to be accepted. So nobody cared about the culture and whatever. So you find out that most of the people who are involved, who come into Nollywood now, come into Nollywood not because of the interest and they want to make name. It's like public relations, you want to advertise yourself so you could get other goodies. Not really, but when you see the people who
the
are
destination is not the art.
Not the art. If you tell somebody, some of those people, you want this film to win an award, what is your own or her own? You want people to see me so that whenever I look for another business.
So they are using the movies as a utility vehicle.
Thank you. Thank you. Exactly. So I looked at this and it pains me when people come and say, look, we need your films. When we thought that we had trained enough people to take over from us.
Yeah, because I was going to say, and I asked Peter Doche the same question. Is it that those of you that are very successful in the movies, that you're bad mentors?
No, we mentored a lot. In fact, some of those ones who did little, in the positive direction, were those who passed through some of us who, were gifted, so to speak. So I don't think it's not because of mentoring. It's because of the social malady that we are in these days. Everybody wants to get rich quick. So those people who want to advertise themselves or get this in, want to do this so that they can get some goodies from outside to get rich.
You can be described as a social critic, because if somebody follows your career and looks at the kind of scripts you wrote and looked at the kind of roles you played, you were one of those that wanted to question the conscience of society.
That's right.
To say whether the society is going well.
That's right.
When you look at our country, Nigeria, today, do you think that the ordinary Nigerian, even Nigeria as a country,
that's right,
that we are where we're supposed to be, that our leaders have really given a good account of themselves?
No, not. Even the leaders, I quote them, will those people who come into this industry to just, like our leaders, some come into the politics for what they're going to do. Just a few that has conscience. They just come into so when they come and acquire those things that they acquire and people are looking at them from the flanks, they would want, their ambition now turns to, let me reach where this man has gotten to.
So you're not excited about what's going on?
I am not excited about Nigerian politics and the way the thing is going. I have some friends amongst them, you know, and there are some good politicians, I must say. But if you check it, generally speaking, I normally think, say, Nigerian political system is diseased.
Okay, you know, talking with you, time seems to run, you know. And, but let me ask you, successful in your career, successful in business, successful in almost every facet of life.
Of God.
What has been your guiding principles?
Well, my guiding principle is that never be contented with what you have. That's number one. Struggle to achieve what you want to achieve with what you have. I don't have to go and pretend in order to achieve those things. It's as the general saying, use what you have to get what you want. So when I found out that I could use this talent, the people said, I pursued it. I got my certificate under the box, and you know, so I have always believed that I was coming from a rough edge. The higher I go, no matter how many steps, is better than where I was coming from.
Are you fulfilled? Do you feel a kind of fulfillment?
You know, I am supposed to be fulfilled. But when you are fulfilled and there are people who are flanking you who are not fulfilled, are not even getting to this, you find out that your fulfillment is half measure.
Okay, just give me a minute. Let's take a break and then bring our footnote for today. So somewhere at the University of Benin, a statue has emerged. This statue shows Nigeria's modern-day justice system as depicted by a fine art student of the University of Benin, Edo State. This statue represents justice in the eyes of the artist as seen at Uniben's Ekehuan campus. You know, traditionally, the figure of justice is portrayed as a blindfolded woman holding balanced scales in one hand and a sword in the other, symbolizing the impartiality, the fairness, and the power to enforce the law. However, this statue at University of Benin, which is trending, is holding an unbalanced scale in the left hand, with the right hand raised high, holding a giant metallic sack of money, marked with a dollar and naira sign, representing so much corruption and injustice in Nigeria. This statue appears to be a bold artistic critique of Nigeria's justice system. It visually communicates public sentiment that justice in the country may be influenced by money or status rather than fairness and equality. By placing this sculpture on our university campus, it also likely serves as a conversation starter for young students and academics and future leaders to reflect on the current state of law and justice. The Nigerian justice system, designed to uphold fairness, rule of law, and protect the rights of every citizen, is today caught between constitutional ideals and harsh realities of injustice. This is a mirror held up to the nation's conscience to delve into the challenges of corruption, justice delayed, access to justice denied, prison reforms, and the unsung heroes pushing for change, justice, truth, and reform. Kudos to that unknown sculptor that we are chasing, who has pointed us in the direction that we need to do the right thing. But just before we go, Nkem Owo, what is your last word?
Well, my last word to me should go to the leaders of this country. It saddens me when I see the way governance is going in this country. I'll not, even though I have been favored to eat 3 square meals a day, but the way, when I see things that are done with such impunity and no recourse, no consequence, and we're still trudging on, that was why I think Nigeria is not moving forward. We are tumbling forward. Because if we had been moving forward, it has to be symmetrical. But when you are tumbling, your hand comes out first after the first tumble. They will say, those who love hands will say, well, then your head comes, the second one.
Like 1 step forward, 5 steps backward.
Exactly.
Nkemamos, thank you for coming on the show.
My pleasure.
And we have a little present for you.
Oh, wow.
For coming.
Yes. Thank you very, very much. God bless you.
And we wish you many more years.
Thank you. I will accept it.
And I hope you make us smile even more.
By the grace of God.
That's our show for today. It's been full day, your late night show on Signature TV. I am Vin Martin Obiora in Enugu, Nigeria, thanking you for joining us and asking you that we are doing it again tomorrow at 11 p.m.
Thank you, Vin Martin Silo. Yes, old memories.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hundreds of people from different parts of the state had gathered to partake in the sharing of the rice packaged in 10-kilogram bags for the celebration of Christmas. The program, designed to put smiles on the faces of people, ended in agony, leaving many families to mourn their loved ones. The Anambra State Police Commissioner, Obono Itam, who visited the scene to assess the situation and as well condole with victims' families, revealed that investigation is going into the matter. Anambra State Governor, Professor Chukwuma Soludo, has in a press statement by his Chief Press Secretary, Chris Aburime, said government was going to probe the incident, while more effective crowd management measures must be put in place for sharing such palliatives in future. Reacting to the incident, a public affairs analyst, Charlie Oyekamor, blamed the stampede on what he called failure of government in Nigeria to provide hope and succor for citizens.
But then it is a manifestation of what has become of Nigeria today. When people say when people hear there's free food, free rice here, people troop out in their thousands to see if they can feed. And that shows how poor, how hungry Nigerians are today. It is really unfortunate. But the fact remains that it will serve as a lesson to government to see how they can ameliorate the sufferings of Nigerians by looking at its own policies. Government policies are hitting hard on people. People are no longer people can no longer feed themselves. They've turned us into beggars, and that is why this kind of thing happens.
An evangelist, Ferguson Okmara, while regretting the unfortunate incident, enjoined other philanthropists to go on with such philanthropic gestures.
He displayed
a sense of charity, knowing fully well the condition of Nigeria today, that a lot of people are handicapped.
For a social commentator, Vitus Eleweke, the incident has to do with impatience and insatiable quest by some of the people that besieged the venue that fateful day. He reasoned that the situation would have been better managed if only the poorest of the poor had come out to benefit.
The man who had been, Obi Jackson, had been doing this for many years, and all this thing have been going smoothly. So only God knows what happened this year. And people attribute to the poverty and hunger. For me, I don't think poverty and hunger is it. It is simple greed among our people. That one will go and pack. Some people are packed up to 3 to 4 bags, and some are packed and keep somewhere and coming back to pick another one. So it's a function of greed and nothing more.
It remains to be seen when the greater percent of the over 200 million Nigerians would rise above the prevailing level of abject poverty in the country.